Hey everyone! Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone in the flight sim community. It's great to be back, guys, and happy Independence Day here in the United States. It's great to have you guys here. I really appreciate all you guys for coming here today. So today is going to be probably my most ambitious stream I've ever done during my flight sim community time. So today is going to be a very impressive stream, and it's going to be featuring some of the most impressive history gathering that I managed to do so far. So today is going to be quite an ambitious flight plan. So it's going to actually take us quite a bit. It's going to be over 640 nautical miles. We will be traveling. Here's the journey of the entire flight plan. I'll break it down each leg. So leg one will be taken off here from um, Norfolk, Virginia, one of the most important ports in the country, especially on the East Coast. We're going to be visiting downtown Norfolk, and we'll get to see the USS Wisconsin at the Nauticus, which is a very well-known maritime museum. Visit all through the different coasts. From there, we'll be visiting Yorktown, the site of the very famous siege of Yorktown that marked the end of the American Revolutionary War. Then we'll be visiting Williamsburg, home of Colonial Williamsburg, which has been restored to its back to its former glory, and all that. We'll be paying a visit here. Then from here, we'll be visiting the historic Jamestown settlement. This is the first successful British settlement in the Americas. And then from there, we'll be heading up to Fredericksburg. We'll be visiting Mary Washington's house. And then we'll be going down across the Potomac River. We're going to be visiting Mount Vernon. Now, this just became a new POI since World Update 10. And this was the longtime residence of none other than the first American president and one of the great founding fathers, George Washington. Then we'll be visiting Joint Base Andrews, where Air Force One is currently fly from. And then we'll make our first stop here at Ronald Reagan International. So it's going to be our first leg of the trip. So there will be quite a bit of history. I'll be going over what each of the legs actually means. So it's great to have you guys here. It's great to have all you guys here. So yeah, I've had a very good vacation, and I definitely enjoyed myself here. So this guy's here is Norfolk International. Let me give my slideshow out. So the 4th of July special. So Norfolk International is where we're going to be starting off today. This airport is 7 miles northeast of downtown Norfolk. It doesn't have any international destinations, but it does serve the Hampton Roads area of southeast Virginia. As of 2017, it was the 7th busiest airport in the U.S. and the 4th busiest in the state of Virginia, behind Dulles Reagan International Airport in Richmond. So, Delta Airlines is the largest share of passenger traffic behind Southwest and American Airlines. And currently, they serve all sorts of flights in the Northeast, like New York, Boston, Hartford. They also serve the South, like Orlando, Atlanta, Nashville, and Miami. The farthest destination flight will be currently is going to be Denver, but in the future, they're going to have flights to Las Vegas and LA. So definitely a pretty big thing to keep an eye on. So that is going to be Norfolk International Airport. So guys, what plane are we going to be taking for today's trip? Well, for today, I have to pick something appropriate. I need to think of something that's red, white, and blue and screams American. I have to pick something that screams American, or else, I have to. So let's see if I can actually see. Yeah, it's red, white, and blue, and it screams freedom. It's the Freedom Fox, of course. Operated by none other than owned by Trent Palmer, the very famous aviation YouTuber pilot extraordinaire. This Kit Fox is a home-built aircraft experimental. This plane's been around since actually the 1980s. But this plane can do literally everything you would want in the backcountry. It's perfect for taking off at short range. And all this, it can go all the way to $22,000 at the cheapest. But this STI is perfect for the trip we're going to be doing today. It's going to be a pretty epic trip. We're not going to go fast, but that's perfectly fine. We want to be scenic, and it's going to be pretty awesome. So, I'm gonna definitely before we get started, I'm gonna check the tank. We're definitely going 100% fuel for this. We need it because it's gonna be a long flight. We got our passenger here. We don't need a. I forgot to have the Trent Palmer, but this is what the kit box looks like on the inside. Pretty basic, pretty simple. It's got autopilot, which is perfect for the trip, and it's really awesome. I'm taking this thing out on the stream for a while. So let's pull this kit box up. Let's get this thing started. So if you want to join me, I'm on East USA. If you do exclamation point server, I'm on East USA, and here's the route for today's trip. It's gonna have plenty of stops for this one. So we're gonna cruise around 110 knots, give and take. This parking brake on. The shutoff valve is going to be on. Master switch will be on. Start power on. Fuel pumps on. 10% fuel. Line A, line B. Start. Start power off. Avionics will be set to on. Let me go ahead. Let me go ahead. I need to re-add the sim sounds again. Avionics is on, and that is going to be it. Everything has been set up. Our camping gear is thankfully behind us, so I definitely need to probably probably just the aircraft engines. So we're gonna go ahead and. Oh yeah, and I forgot something. There's something else I need to adjust my controls. Yeah, I was flying the DC-6 last night, so I need to readjust the controls. Flying safe. So here we go. As well. So we're gonna go all the way to Oh, look at that, Tomb Raider 18's already here. So we're gonna take off from runway 05. I know it'd be cheating to get through the grass, but you know, we have to take off. So if you, like I said, you guys want to join me, no, I said server. Guys, I'm still getting used to getting back into the sim again. It's gonna take me a bit. So we're gonna go ahead and get this thing take off. Thankfully, one of the great things about the Prune Fox, you don't need much of an area to take off and fly from. We're going to go ahead and get this prepared to take off. And we're off in the kit box. 50 knots, more than enough to take off. So it's great to have you guys here today. So we're going to go ahead, I'm going to take off, and then I'm going to do a circuit. So if anyone else wants to join in and fly along, feel free to. But man, what a beautiful day out here in Norfolk. I appreciate all you guys here so much. So, let's see if everyone's still here. Just making sure everyone's still here. So, yeah, so I appreciate everyone here. So I had a fantastic vacation. I'll talk about more Wednesday. I have a Firefly air flight on Wednesday that I have to do. So I have a big Firefly air flight coming on Wednesday, which will talk about my vacation and all that. But I felt like for today would be a good day to talk about the American independence in the United States of America. So we're going to go ahead. Circling about. So just need to get to 1,500 feet. So our first leg's going to take us through 1,500 feet, and we're going to go heading, altitude, heading mode. We're going to go ahead and slow this thing down a little bit. So we're going to be heading to our first stop, and this is going to be Norfolk, Virginia. So Norfolk, no, it's Norfolk. It is the independent city in the Commonwealth of Virginia, with a population of around 238,000 people, making it the third most populous city in Virginia. It was incorporated in 1705 and is one of the oldest cities in the Hampton Roads metropolitan area. And it is considered to be the historic, cultural, and economic hub of the region. Now, this city is bounded by multiple bodies of water, making it a very important port for the country, especially in the east. It's also home to the largest naval base in the world, Naval Station Norfolk, which is home to the Navy's Fleet Command. It's also home to the Port of Virginia. And of course, because of it, the city has an extremely long history of a strategic and transportation port. It's also where many of the rail lines end up here. So it's got a very rich history as well. The largest employer is the U.S. Department of Defense. And of course, it's very famous for a lot of its history museums, particularly all things going to the sea. So definitely a very important area to visit. Oh, simply 757. I think you're here. Good to have you guys here. Okay, I'm going to tell you guys this, though. my PowerPoint slides that I did for today, I did them all yesterday, and you want to guess how many slides it is? 94 slides. 94 slides of information I had to do for the presentation. It's insane how much slides I did. And I actually had to compress the files so I can post them on the Discord. I need to update my Discord command. So this here is downtown Norfolk. So down to my left here, this is their baseball ballpark, home of the Norfolk Tides, the AAA affiliate of the Orioles, plays baseball here. I was gonna say 78, and it wasn't really that close. Yeah, it's actually 94. But I actually had good reason to do that. Plan it. So let's fly around Norfolk a bit. So there's a little arena. Just flying around the city for a bit. But we're going to talk about our first actual stop. We should get near Technopolis pretty soon, which is actually right ahead of us. Now, mind you, a lot of this information is what I can cover in the Sea Tour series, which is usually on Sundays, but there won't be one on Sunday, unfortunately, because I also still have my Japan flight to do in the Wednesday stream, so I have to actually do some more coverage. So I'm going to go ahead and go to showcase camera. And we're going to look at the ship right here, which is pretty awesome if you ask me. It's great to have you here, Planet Neutral, so give a shout out to my good friend, Planet Neutral. Probably one of the few people that can understand my passion for research. So definitely check out his stream. So this here is actually a very famous ship. Particularly, this thing's actually a battleship, mind you. This legendary battleship is known as the USS Wisconsin. BB-64 is what it's also known as. This is actually an Iowa-class battleship, and it was the second ship of the U.S. Navy to be named after the state of Wisconsin. During her career, she served in the Pacific Theater of World War II, where she shelled a lot of the Japanese fortifications. And she served through the Korean War, and even was used in Operation Desert Storm in 1991. Yes, this battleship was used all the way to the 90s. Pretty nuts. This big ship carried a lot of armaments. It is very powerful, including 9 16-inch guns. And trust me, 16-inch, that's bigger than a foot wide. It's like this, bigger than a foot wide of guns, and those things can shoot for miles. Also contains 12 5-inch guns, and its more modernized variants carry Tomahawk cruise missiles, Harpoon anti-ship missiles, and even a phalanx anti-aircraft gun. It's also got armor as thick as 14 inches in the ship's hull. Which means it also has very thick armor. But this was among the last of the mighty battleships before they got replaced by the aircraft carriers. So this ship has a long, healthy service. We're going to go ahead and take a picture of this. Unfortunately, it doesn't show really well, unfortunately. But I am going to take a picture of this little ship. It's pretty awesome that we get to even see a battleship. Now, it's actually commissioned here at Nautilus, which is a maritime museum. And I hope to check out Norfolk someday and visit the museum. So that is going to be it for our Nautilus. So let's go ahead and get back on course. We're going to make our way back to Yorktown. Let's go ahead. this. So we're gonna climb up, and we'll be saying goodbye to Norfolk, and head our way down to Yorktown. Actually, guys, my new retirement goal is to be able to stream with your appreciation level for the place you go. I really appreciated Planet Neutral. I hope you guys lurking in chat are doing all right, making sure it's up to the standards you guys appreciate. So we're going to be now visiting the next place. It's about 25 nautical miles. We're going to be visiting Yorktown, Virginia. So what is Yorktown exactly? Well, you see, Yorktown is a designated place in the census in York County, and is the county seat of it. It is one of the 8 original colonial shires formed in 1682. The town, unfortunately, has a small population of 195 people, but the town is universally the most famous for as the site of the siege and surrender of General Cornwallis to George Washington in the French fleet during the American Revolutionary War, known as the Siege of Yorktown. In fact, even though the war lasted for another year, the British defeated Yorktown effectively ended the war for the British. It also was kind of an important deal in the American Civil War, as a major port to supply both towns in the north and the south, depending on who held it during the time between the Union and Confederacy. Currently today, Yorktown is one of the sites of the historic triangle, which includes Jamestown and Williamsburg. So basically in this area, you get to see a lot of the colonial era settlements during this time, and it's the eastern terminus of the Colonial Parkway, which connects all 3 locations. And this city was actually named after, of course, the ancient city of York in northern England. And it was actually a port on the York River for a lot of the English colonists to export tobacco to Europe. So this is a bit about Yorktown, very famous for all of its historical sites. Of course, it's also home to the American Revolution Museum. It's actually been held here as well. And then, obviously, let's talk about the Siege of Yorktown. And this is the Siege of Yorktown. So Siege of Yorktown is a very famous battle. Now, this happened between September 28, 1781 to October 19th of the same year. This was a decisive victory for the American Continental Army in France by defeating Great Britain, and effectively ended the American Revolutionary War. So apparently what happened was that during the time, the British in Cornwallis were stuck here to try and evacuate. But the French fleet surrounded the British, and with the American Continental Army, they eventually made charge. And as a result, during this time, Cornwallis was trapped, and unfortunately, after a long siege, he eventually surrendered and ended the Revolutionary War. So that is going to be the Siege of Yorktown. And this was the culmination of the Yorktown campaign, and it was the last major land battle of the Revolutionary War. And as a result, due to all this, it led to the peace movement that led to the Treaty of Paris in 1783, which marked the end of the revolutionary conflict. So what happened? So here's how the war battle actually began. So Washington moved a lot of his artillery siege tools across from the head of Yelk to the northern end of the Chesapeake Bay. And apparently Washington led his army out of Williamsburg to surround Yorktown on the 28th. The French took position to the left, the Americans took the right. And basically through a lot of siege and stuff, there's a lot of artillery fire to disrupt the British, and then for a couple of days in October, they start to bombard all throughout the forts of the series of forts, and then October 14th, they actually started to assault them. And as a result, with all the captures of the redoubts, the British are surrounded, and then they surrendered as well. Around 60 French were killed, 20 Americans died, and 107 Americans were wounded, and 156 British were killed, with 326 wounded and 70 missing. However, the major thing that cost them a lot of the war was disease. Malaria was a big problem, and Cornwallis' army suffered a lot with disease. And during the surrender, half of his army was unable to fight due to malaria. So yeah, this is about it. And one of the things you can definitely see in the siege of Yorktown is the Victory Monument. We will be visiting there shortly. So we would definitely see that very soon. Also, Yorktown was the name Yorktown was made for a lot of ships, including most famously the USS Yorktown Essex-class aircraft carrier, which has now become a museum ship here at Patriots Point, Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. So we'll be taking a look there. So there it is. So lots of historical stuff for today. I mean, there's so many historical stuff we can talk about here. So I hope you guys are doing well in the chat. I'm really, really happy to see all you guys here. I see quite a few people here lurking from my users in chat. I see Scruffy Tams lurking. So let's see who's flying with us today. You decided to actually pick up and fly with me. But man, this area is definitely nice to visit in the Northeast. All sorts of the major cities. I mean, I couldn't ask for anything better. So to our right is actually it's Langley Air Force Base to our right. So there's Langley. I didn't put any information about Langley, but from what my research is, this Air Force base was established in 1917 for World War I. Langley has been Langley's home to quite a few major groups, including this is where the first operational F-22 Raptor has been delivered here at Langley. And it's home to the F-22 demo team, and it's also the home of the Cyberspace Integration Center. There's lots of different fire wings that make their home here in Langley. So, cool stuff. And then to our northeast, this is Newport News Airport in Williamsburg International. This is where originally I wanted to start the stream, but I decided to actually start Norfolk instead, as I wanted to visit the battleship and all that, which would be really cool. So this is the other main international airport serving this area. So this airport is Newsport. This is Newport News, Williamsburg International. This is the other airport that serves the area. Currently only American Eagle operates there to Charlotte and Philadelphia. But the airport's been around since the 1940s. There it is. There's the original starting point for the trip. Our original plan there. So yeah, I hope you guys had a great rest. I hope you guys had a great week. I mean, I hope you guys had something fun during the time I was gone. I know you guys probably had some great time having fun and all that, enjoying your time in the sim. I'm quite curious to see how you guys have been doing for all that. So, some of the fights and news that happened. So, happened a lot's quite a bit happened since the time I was gone. Actually, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, I've been gone for that long. It's crazy. So, several news since I was last gone. Airpoint haven't released their Chipmunk. The DHC1 Chipmunk was released. And then some pretty big stuff. Orbex has released it, their Phuket Airport in Thailand. Then Aerial Simulations is working on the F-117. And then Coxburg, the ones who did the A-22 Ukraine ultralights, well, they're now bringing a €299 glider, and this was from the 1930s, mind you. But definitely a very interesting little glider from the 1930s. This is so different from the discus glider we see in coming to the sim. Then Caronetto shows their post of their PC-12 turboprop. More, Just did more screenshots of their F-28. But here's something really big news. Two big ones that just came out the last 2 days. First, Digital Flight Dynamics is working on a freeware Airbus A350, which is the newest wide-body Airbus on the market. And I gotta say, that looks real. I'm not an Airbus guy, but I like the A350, and I think it would be a fantastic plane for the sim, especially for freeware. It looks really, really good for freeware. I'm not kidding. But the big news, a lot of people are being excited. A2A has finally got their pictures for their 250 Comanche from Piper. It looks fantastic. It looks amazing. This would be their first plane for Microsoft Flight Simulator, and I'm really excited to hope it's really good. So yeah, this is a bit of news. Just wanted to cover today, and we are approaching Yorktown. So here's Yorktown in the battlefield. So we are definitely approaching Yorktown now. So definitely we have some very impressive stuff. So here's Yorktown. This right here is the battlefield area. This is where they held the siege of Yorktown. Down below us, we can see some of the redoubts. One of these areas is the redoubts. We also have the National Cemetery for all the people that died here in Yorktown. So all this little area is Yorktown. This is also where the U.S. Coast Guard does some of its training. And here is Yorktown. So we're going to go ahead and turn left. So from Yorktown, we're going to turn left. Oh, didn't. Oh, yeah. Yes, Indianapolis International. Yes. I did hear about that. I forgot about Indianapolis International. I forgot. I did forgot to mention it. Yeah, Indianapolis International just released. I need to hear more reviews about it. I heard some good and some bad things about it. I did land at International Airport 2 days ago on Saturday. So I'm curious to see if it. I'm curious to see if it's any good. So this here, we're going to be heading to. This is Colonial National Historical Park. This is where a lot of the early colonial area has been. Just bad Hoosier. It looked good in the one stream I saw using it. Ah, I may have to get the airport for Indianapolis. It is my main airport, my home state anyway. So once we do that, we're going to head and turn left and visit Williamsburg, Virginia. So it's a bit of tidbits about Williamsburg. Obviously, most people, when they think of Williamsburg, they think of Busch Gardens, Williamsburg, which, don't get me wrong, it's a pretty cool. I've never been there, but I heard it's a really nice theme park. But Williamsburg is much more than just that. You see, Williamsburg is actually one of the oldest towns and areas in the United States. It was established in 1632 as Middle Plantation, a fortified settlement, and it was the capital of the colony and Commonwealth of Virginia from 1699 to 1780. And became the center of political events in Virginia. Obviously, nowadays, its economy is driven by colonial Williamsburg, the restored historic area of the city, and along with Jamestown and Yorktown, forms part of the historic triangle, which attracts more than 4 million tourists annually. It's also a college town, mainly by the College of William Mary, as the second oldest institution of higher education in the country, only behind Harvard, actually. And that alumni includes 3 U.S. presidents and other very important figures in American history, including Thomas Jefferson, James Monroe, and John Tyler. Also, Todd Howard is also an alumni here at William and Mary. No legend, no way known for his involvement with Becerra, of course. So pretty cool stuff. And Colonial Williamsburg basically is the restored historic center of Williamsburg. It's basically a living history museum comprised of the historic district of the city, as well from the 17th and 18th century. This was actually reconstructed back in the 1920s. It's now become a National Historic Registration of Historic Places. It features all sorts of things like thoroughfares, horse carriage rides, all sorts of things as well. They restored a lot of this area back in the old days, and you can get a real feel of what life is like in the colonial era, like wig making, crafting, all sorts of stuff, animals that would have been around the colonial era, and much, much more. Oh, you definitely been to Colonial Williamsburg. Yeah, that Colonial Williamsburg is absolutely an area I do want to visit. I want to visit Williamsburg and learn more about the colonial life. As I would love to visit and learn more about colonial life back then. I think that would be really cool to visit. So yeah, this is kind of an ambitious dream even for me, but I really appreciate all you guys here. So this is Williamsburg. I wish I could visit here someday. But yeah, that place has got so many really cool stuff. Speaking of which, I'm gonna go ahead and do something important. Just hold on a second. Oh. Okay, guys. So, if you guys do definitely want to check out my Discord for my latest stream news, discussions, or get my slides for all my streams, check out my Discord in the link. Click it and you can join my Discord. You're all more than welcome to join. So, I really do appreciate it. I appreciate everyone here. So, this here is some of the historic Williamsburg stuff. Unfortunately, it's not represented full grammetry, but they included the old Capitol building, all sorts of different taverns. So all of this is colonial Williamsburg. So you get to check out all of this area. And then ahead of us is the College of William and Mary. So we're going to fly over to that area. There it is. Hey, Sergeant Staff. Great to have you here. Sergeant Staff, it's great to have you here. So, we're going to now be heading to our next destination. This will be my longest ever stream. So, we're going to be visiting the Jamestown settlement. This historic place is actually the recreation. It's another living history museum. And it recreates the historic James Fort and more, which basically is what Jamestown, Virginia was kind of settled. So, you get to see all sorts of things like a recreated house, armory, church, and even 3 of the ships that actually came to the area. The Susan Constant, Godspeed, and Discovery were all settler ships that came here during this time. And this was actually established in 1607, but it's been reconstructed ever since. And Jamestown, Virginia was the first colony of, it's the first permanent English settlement in the Americas. It was established by the Virginia Company of London in May 4th, 1607. It had a couple of rough start in the early part of its 1610s, but it since became a really big major colony. It served as the colonial capital from 1616 to 1699, when it was replaced by Williamsburg. Now it ceased to exist as a settlement, but now it's known as an archaeological site and discovery. So we're gonna check out the historic Jamestown settlement. Need to turn back around. Kind of went a detour, but you know it's gonna have a lot of fun. So we're gonna fly around the James River. Pretty cool stuff. But yeah, I hope you're doing well, Sergeant Staff. I know you haven't streamed in a while, but I'm still going to give you a shout out because I think you're really cool, and I definitely want to support my fellow flight simmers. So definitely want to go check out your streams. There you go. No worries, man. I have no problem helping out my fellow flight simmer any time of the day. So here in this area, to our right, is historic Jamestown. So this is where the settlement has been held. All this area is Jamestown. Beautiful area. And technically right here is Jamestown Island. It features the historic Jamestown settlement, which is down below us. So here it is. I'm not done. I have some cool stuff planned for my return in August. Awesome. Yes, I would definitely be interested in checking out what you got planned, start to staff. And then coming up here would be Jamestown Settlement. So here's the settlement area, right over here. Here's the Jamestown Settlement area. Unfortunately, this area doesn't represent itself in Sim. It doesn't have it, but here's the parking lot, and here's the museum of the 1607 colony. So I'm going to go ahead and set. So we're going to go ahead and fly up 1,500 feet, and this one's going to be the longest part. Oh, this is going to be one of the longer parts of the stream. We're going to talk about something very important, and we're going to talk about the history of the United States, the early history. You see, when the United States, before the U.S. even came around in this timeline, the U.S. was originally part of something called the 13 Colonies. And basically, the 13 colonies were a group of the different British colonies on the Atlantic coast, and they were founded between the 17th and 18th century. However, in the American Revolutionary War, they became part of one, and they eventually become the first 13 states of the United States of America during this time. Now, between 1625 and 1775, the population grew from 2,000 colonials to 2.4 million. It grew a lot. And this, as a result, displaced a lot of the Native Americans during this time, but they also included people who were subjected to slavery, where it was still legal in all the colonies during the time. So, some pretty major stuff. So the 13 colonies, unlike a lot of the other ones, had a high degree of self-governance and local elections, and as a result, they kind of resisted London's demand of more controls as well. They wanted their own control and all that, but these colonies are all pretty major as well. In addition, so what comprises exactly of the 13 colonies, you may ask? Well, there are three main colony groups we've got to talk about: the New England colonies, Middle colonies, and the Southern colonies. So the New England colonies, they consisted of four major ones. First is the Province of Massachusetts Bay, which was chartered as a royal colony in 1691, and that little one consisted of four separate little ones. The Popham colony, which was abandoned in 1608. Then we have the Plymouth colony, which was one of the earlier colonies. This was established in 1620. And everyone knows the Plymouth colony was actually established by the Puritans in the town of Plymouth. And they sailed on the thing called the Mayflower. And this colony was established for 1620, but it merged with the bigger Massachusetts Bay colony in 1691. Then we have the province of Maine. This refers to various English colonies established around the northeast coast, which is Maine, in 1622 by the Council of New England, and it was absorbed into the Massachusetts Bay Colony by 1658. And finally, the last one, the Massachusetts Bay Colony, which was established in 1698, and it was merged with Plymouth Colony to form the province of Massachusetts Bay. And basically, that one established it around areas of Salem and Boston, north of the Plymouth Colony, which is to the east. So there is that. Then we have the province of New Hampshire, which was established in 1629, and it merged with the Massachusetts Bay Colony in 1641. It became a royal colony in 1679. Then we have the Connecticut colony, which was formed in Connecticut, obviously, which would later become Connecticut, featuring ones in Saybrook and New Haven. All of those established in the 1630s. And finally, the colony of Rhode Island, which contains a lot of the plantations in Providence, along with Portsmouth, Newport, and the city of Warwick. And they were all merged into a single colony in 1663. So those are the New England colonies. And all these colonies were included in the Dominion of New England from 1686 to 1689. Then we have the Middle colonies. They consisted of four more other ones. First was the Delaware colony, established in 1664 in the area known as Delaware, which was actually became the first state in the United States to be admitted as a U.S. state. Then we have the province of New York, and New York has a really interesting history. It was established as a proprietary colony in 1664, and as a royal colony in 1686. But the funny thing about the province of New York is that this area was actually this area has been divided between the British and the Dutch for many years. In fact, the New Netherlands was even settled, which included modern-day New York, as New Holland, New Amsterdam, and eventually became New York City. And that contained a lot of different counties as well. Then we have the province of New Jersey. Yes, New Jersey was a part of it too. In the same year, in 1664, and was chartered as a colony in 1702. And this was actually because there were two different Jerseys, East and West Jersey, and they merged in 1702 to form the province of New Jersey, and finally Pennsylvania in 1681. And this one was founded, it was named after William Penn, after receiving a land grant from Charles II of England, and its name Pennsylvania, which was known as Penn's Woods, refers to actually William Penn's father, Admiral Sir William Penn. And it was one of the two major restoration colonies during the time, and as a result, it attracted a lot of Quakers, Germans, and Scotch-Irish frontiersmen too. And that place is also known for Philadelphia, one of America's most important cities. And finally, we talk about the southern colonies, and this gives us our remaining five. First is actually the oldest of all. The Virginia colony in 1607 is the oldest one. It was chartered as a royal company in 1624, most well known for being the historic Jamestown settlement in Williamsburg. And it was founded by the Virginia Company. But you see, this was the first successful permanent one. Earlier, they tried to colonize Roanoke Island in the 1580s, but that kind of failed. Then we also have the province of Maryland in 1632. Then we have the provinces of North and South Carolina. They were originally actually part of one colony in 1629. However, it was split into two in 1712. So and that explains why we have North and South Carolina. Finally, the last province is Georgia, which is actually the most recent in 1732 and became a royal colony in 1752. So the southern ones were actually the more recent ones, except for Virginia. So yeah, there is that to keep a notice. And then from here, we're going to go over the history of the government. So what kind of government did these 13 colonies exactly have? You see, the government of the 13 colonies was provincial, as in the royal colony. The three forms include the provincial governments, the proprietary, and charters. So, and all these governments were subordinate to the British monarch with no representation in the parliament. In fact, that lack of representation in the parliament is one of the causes of one of, if not the major cause of the American Revolution back in 1776. Now let's talk about the provincial colonies. So the provincial colony was governed at the pleasure of the king. The governor and his council were appointed by the crown himself, and the governor invested with general executive powers and called on a locally elected assembly. So the upper house features the governor's council, along with and then there were assemblies of different representatives with the freeholders and planters, aka landowners. And the governor had power to absolute veto and delay and dissolve the assembly. But the main role of the assembly was to make all the local laws and ordinance, assuming that they were not inconsistent with the laws of Britain. And those laws made by those councils can be examined by the British Council or Board of Trade, which had the power to veto the legislation. And those included Hampshire, New York, Virginia, the Carolinas, and Georgia. Then we have the proprietary colonies, and they were governed much as royal colonies, except the Lord Proprietors appointed the governor, not the king. And they were established after the English Restoration of 1660, and they enjoyed a lot more civil religious liberty, and those included Pennsylvania, Delaware, New Jersey, and Maryland. All had this. And finally, the charter governments, and they were actually political corporations, and latter patents actually gave the grantees control of the land. And they provided a fundamental constitution and divided powers between the legislative, executive, and judicial functions, which actually seems very similar to our timelines, similar to our Constitution, actually. Which definitely makes it interesting. And as a result, that's what a lot of the foundations of the Constitution were from. And they included Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut, were all charter colonies. Also, in addition, a lot of the 13 colonies had lost self-government as well. Even though they had no intention of a democratic system, they had a lot more self-rule compared to a lot of the other areas in the 13 colonies. So that is kind of how the government works in all three of those of the 13 colonies. And then we actually have the history of the 13 colonies. This area had quite a bit of history going forth to it. So the first successful colony we all know is actually Jamestown. In 1607, I probably told you all about that. But beforehand, the British tried their hands at Roanoke Island off North Carolina, but that we all know that failed. However, the first years of colonization proved to be really difficult. Thanks to the high death rates of a lot of disease and starvation, wars with the local Native Americans, and it turned out there wasn't very much gold. However, they survived and flourished, and that's thanks to a new cash crop, tobacco. And I know a lot of people know that tobacco currently is very harmful when smoked and all that, but tobacco was a major cash crop. And that actually came from the Americas. And then in 1632, King Charles I granted a charter to the province of Maryland, which allowed greater Catholic immigration to the English colonies. And then there was another attempted settlement. The province of Carolina was the second attempted. And this time it worked better this time, though it wasn't settled until 1670. As a result, they found out in 1672 they found fertile and defensible ground, and that later became known as Charleston, the largest city in South Carolina. Got lots of historic houses in Charleston. And then we get to the middle colonies, and this becomes much more interesting. You see, in the middle colonies, in 1609, there were a lot of Dutch traders, and they exploited all sorts of trading posts in the river, in the Hudson, Delaware, and Connecticut rivers. And it led to the Dutch West India Company being invented, and they established permanent settlements, creating the Dutch colony of New Netherland. And one of those cities created there was a place called New Amsterdam. But as a result, with the rivalry between the Dutch and the British, they engaged a series of wars in the 1650s, and England sought to conquer New Netherland, and eventually with the Treaty of Breda in 1667, in 1674, the Treaty of Westminster, the Dutch ended their colonial presence in North America, and they renamed the new colony from New Netherland to New York. And New Amsterdam became known as, you got it, New York City, the world's biggest cultural and capital center of the planet. Pennsylvania was founded actually back in 1681 as a proprietary colony of the Quaker William Penn, a very well-known American figure. And Pennsylvania became and one of the largest cities in that Pennsylvania colony was Philadelphia, around 3,000 people thanks to a central location and excellent port. And then we have to talk about the New England colonies, actually. So the New England colonies, we're going to start with the Pilgrims, obviously. Now, a lot of people who don't know who the Pilgrims were, the Pilgrim Fathers, they were actually English settlers. They were actually Puritans, and they actually wanted to distance themselves physically from the Church of England. And the reason was because they viewed the Church of England as corrupt. That's because so they eventually waited a couple of years. They originally moved to the Netherlands, but they sailed in America in 1620 on board a ship called the Mayflower. And basically it transported a lot of the pilgrims with 102 passengers and a crew of 30 to America. And as soon as they departed there, they formed a new thing called the Mayflower Compact, which bound themselves together as a united community, and they established a small Plymouth colony. And their main leader was William Bradford, a Puritan separatist originally from Yorkshire. More Puritans immigrated in 1629, and then they established a new colony, the Massachusetts Bay Colony, with 400 settlers. And they reformed the Church of England to create a brand new kind of church during the time. In 1636, Roger Williams established the Providence Plantations on the lands provided by Narragansett leader Canonicus, who was their chief. And then in 1652, and then other colonists settled to the north, either ones for more profit or adventure, set up colonies in New Hampshire and Maine, and eventually Massachusetts absorbed all of those areas too. So then we get to the 18th century a bit. So in the 1730s, parliamentary James Oglethorpe, he proposed the areas south of the Carolinas to be colonized with the worthy poor of England as an alternative to prisons, which reminds you of Australia. So they established the Royal Colony of Georgia in 1732, and eventually settled into the areas near Savannah, obviously. Now, the colonial population increased immensely in the 18th century, and in 1750, around 1.5 million people, representing 4/5 of the population of all British North America, lived in the 13 colonies. Though most of the colonists lived as farmers, seaports kind of flourished, including Philadelphia, New York, and Boston. As the 18th century progressed, they began to settle far from the coast, including Pennsylvania, Virginia, all laid claim to the Ohio River Valley. And that led to some issues with the Native Americans and the French, obviously, too, which led to something called the French and Indian War. And eventually it was started by a Welsh farmer named Robert Jenkins, and he sparked the war that year between Britain and Spain. And then about a decade later, formed the French and Indian War. It became the American extension of the conflict known as the 7 Years' War. And basically, for those who don't know about the 7 Years' War, it's actually it's a war that people should probably know more about. And that was between Great Britain and France for global power as well. In fact, this could be the first thing that could be called a major world war, because it fought all around the planet. In fact, one of the primary causes for the war was because Britain and France tried to compete with the Great Lakes and Ohio River Valley. And apparently, William Pitt the Elder decided that many military resources needed to win against France. And the continent became the main theaters for what can be called a world war. And it also increased American unity and allowed men to travel through the continent. And as a result, in the end, the British were able to defeat the French, and thus, in 1763, the Treaty of Paris of that year, France formally ceded to Britain the eastern part of its vast North American empire. had secretly given to Spain the territory of Louisiana, so they'd gotten all of this territory, including the Ohio River Valley stuff. However, there was an issue with the French and Indian War, however. You see, after the British won that war, the British were left with extremely large debts. And as a result, the British leaders decided to actually increase the taxation of the 13 colonies. So they imposed several new taxes, beginning with the Sugar Act of 1764, and included the Stamp Act of 1765 and the Townshend Acts. And the colonial newspapers took strong exceptions to all those acts. Also, in addition, the British also limited settlement in the West. And with all that discontentment, the Americans began to insist on the principle of no taxation without representation, which lasted with intense protest of the Stamp Act. And all that discontent continued with the 1773 Tea Act, which reduced a lot of the taxes of tea sold by the East India Company. However, that caused a lot of issues, and that led to the Boston Tea Party of that year. And then the worst of them all, the Intolerable Acts in 1774, which created the self-government of Massachusetts. All this would eventually lead to the American Revolution during that time, when the American Patriots were split between the Patriots opposed to British rule and the Loyalists. And eventually all that was going to boil over into the American Revolution. You've got to be the hardest working flight sim streamer on Twitch. I'm loving this. Oh, thank you. That means quite a bit. I really do appreciate it. So that leads us to the American Revolution, and then we got to talk about there's the and eventually the colonists elected delegates to the First Continental Congress in 1774. And this leads us to the Second Continental Congress during this time. And basically, for guys who don't know, they were a meeting of different delegates during that time. And basically, it was convened in 1775 with representatives from 12 of the colonies shortly after the Battle of Lexington Concord. And as a result, they became the they become the de facto government of the 13 colonies as a result. And apparently, they actually raised armies, directing strategy, appointed diplomats, and writing petitions, including the declaration of causes necessary to take up arms. But this Congress was most famous for the Lee Resolution on July 2nd, 1776, which declared Britons from independence on July 2nd. And of course, the Congress agreed to the Declaration of Independence 2 days later. So they did all sorts of things. This Congress did a lot as a government. They actually raised their armies, strategies, diplomats, and petitions. And many of the people also attended the first one, including Peyton Randolph as the president of Congress, and new arrivals like Benjamin Franklin of Pennsylvania and John Hancock of Massachusetts. Some very important people. And in the Virginia delegation, there was also a guy named Thomas Jefferson. Definitely someone pretty famous as well. And basically, for those who don't know, the next one is a very important document. It's called the Declaration of Independence. And basically, the Declaration of Independence, basically what the Declaration of Independence does, this was the pronouncement adopted by the Second Congress in 1776, and it explains why the 13 colonies were at war with the Kingdom of Great Britain, and they reviewed themselves as 13 independent sovereign states no longer ruled by the British. And with the Declaration, these new states took the first step to becoming the United States of America, and it was signed by 56 of America's founding fathers. And they included guys like John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, and more. They also include Samuel Adams, John Blair, John Collins, John Hancock, Alexander Hamilton, Thomas Jefferson, and more. So many iconic American founding fathers of the United States. Very important people. The Declaration was made to guarantee every rights for every person, And if it had been intended for only a certain section of people, it would have left it as rights of Englishmen. And this became one of the most best-known sentences of the entire English language, and is the most potent and consequential words of American history. To give people the English, to give the Americans equal rights. And as a result, it has inspired many other documents in various number of countries, including the United Belgian States in 1789, and it served as the primary model for many declarations of independence in Europe and Latin America, as well as Africa and Oceania during the 19th century. So this document has a lot of impact. So some of this includes the introduction and the preamble. Here's some of the terms of the preamble. Here's some of this. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. That among those are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That, to secure those rights, governments are instituted among men, diverting their powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter and abolish it, and instead institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles, and organize its powers as them to seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. And then there's the indictment of all the different grievances, including assent to laws, representative house repeatedly, quartering large troops, imposing taxes without consent, and more. And it features some of the people who are signature, and here's the conclusion. We, therefore, the representatives of the United States of America, in General Congress, assembled and appealing to Supreme Judge for the world for a rectitude of our intentions, do, in the name of and by authority of the good people of these colonies, solemnly publish and declare that these united colonies are in their right to be free and independent states. So, and there's a lot of the signatures. Samuel Adams from Massachusetts, John Adams, John Hancock from Massachusetts. From New York, William Floyd. Pennsylvania, Benjamin Franklin and George Ross. And from Virginia, Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Harrison, and Richard Henry Lee. So yeah, this is the Declaration of Independence. Very important little document as well. And then we're going to be going over the American Revolutionary War. So this would be a good time to go over the Revolutionary War. They basically secured American independence. They were supported by France and, to a lesser extent, Spain, taking place in North America, the Caribbean, and the Atlantic Ocean. And all of this was started because of the taxation stuff I discussed earlier today. Over trade, colonial power, and much more. So, the history of this goes back to the very first engagement. In April 14, 1775, Sir Thomas Gage, Commander-in-Chief during that time, he wanted to actually capture and destroy military ordnance in Concord and capture John Hancock and Samuel Adams. They were considered to be the principal instigators of the rebellion. However, unfortunately, there was a certain guy named Paul Revere, who was a silversmith and a member of the Sons of Liberty, and he knew this and notified Captain Parker, commander of the Concord Militia. And he actually did this by his midnight ride in 1775 to know the colonial militia knew that the British were coming. And as a result, the first action of the war was the shot heard around the world in Lexington, followed by full-scale battle of Lexington and Concord, which I'll discuss in its own battle later. But British troops suffered around 300 casualties before were drawn back to Boston, which was then besieged by the militia. In June 17th, the British seized the Charleston Peninsula and the Battle of Bunker Hill, which they suffered over 1,000 casualties as a result. In 1775, Congress controlled the Patriot force around Boston, and congressional leader John Adams nominated a guy named George Washington as the commander-in-chief of the Constitutional Army. Now, a bit of interesting fact about Washington, a lot of people didn't know, he was actually used to be part of the British Army during his involvement in the French and Indian War. But then he was appointed as the commander-in-chief of the Continental Army, and we all know where this is going to go, obviously. Now, obviously, in 1776, Colonel Henry Knox, who was also another founding father of the United States, he arrived with heavy artillery and captured Fort Ticonderoga under the cover of darkness. And as a result, the Patriots managed to recapture Boston. Now, of course, during this time, privateers also raided several towns in Canada, like St. John and Charlottetown, during this time. However, they tried to get to Canada, but that didn't really work, unfortunately. And then, after regrouping Halifax, William Howe, who is a general for the British, he took the fight to the Americans, and he sailed to New York in 1776 and landed troops in Staten Island. Now, the Americans rejected peace on July 30th, and he knew the attack was imminent by George Washington, so he needed advance information, so they formed their own spy group called Knowlton's Rangers, including Nathan Hale, who was a very well-known spy during that time. However, when Washington was driven off Long Island, he realized he needed more of the military might and spots to beat the British. So he did more spy rings and more. Now, General Howe did meet with delegation from Congress for the peace conference at Staten Island, but failed, as only the British delegates only had the authority to offer pardons and could not recognize independence during that time. And there was a couple of major battles during Long Island and all that. Now, Washington's retreat isolated his remaining forces when the British captured Fort Washington on November 16th, and the outlook of America looked bleak, as the reduced army had dwindled to less than 5,000 men, and popular support wavered and morale declined, while in London, the victorious Long Island campaign was well received with festivities and all that. However, things were about to resurge for the American patriots. You see, 2 weeks after the Congress withdrew to Maryland, Washington did a very famous event when he crossed the Delaware River about 30 miles upriver from Philadelphia up to a place known as Valley Forge. And while the Americans were also clashing with the Hessian mercenaries during the time in the Battle of Trenton, and it restored a lot of the American morale in the cause of the Patriots. After the success of the Battle of Princeton, during that time, and then was the beginning of the Saratoga campaign, which happened during the U.S. during this time. As the Americans continued to keep control of the North. However, Burgoyne in 1777 recaptured Fort Ticonderoga again in July 5th, and all that. However, with the British casualties being reduced during that time, resulted in lots of casualties, they realized they couldn't really keep the North. They tried to take Philadelphia, but they were defeated. Then they defeated Washington in the Battle of Brandywine September 11th. And then the Americans follow suit by going the winter quarters at Valley Forge. But thankfully, though, there was one other thing that happened during the war that could completely change it. You see, it was France. You see, French Foreign Minister Vergennes during the time viewed the 1763 Treaty of Paris to be a national humiliation and viewed the American Revolution as a chance to weaken Britain. He didn't want conflict initially, and the Americans didn't trust the French alliance. However, after military setbacks in 1776, the Americans worked to agree with to work with France. After a delegation to Paris in 1777, in February 6, 1778, the French and the Americans agreed to sign the Treaty of Amity and Commerce to begin trade, and eventually it became France's ultimate support in America about a year later. With the help of the French, and with their help during the war, In 1779, the Americans captured the French positions at Stony Point, Paul's Hook, and that meant the war in the West was basically coming to an end there as well. The rest of the Appalachians became a lot of skirmishing and raids. Also, during that time in the stalemate in the North was a certain Benedict Arnold. George Washington appointed Arnold as the commander of West Point, and he attempted to betray the fort to the British, but due to his incompetent planning, basically Benedict Arnold became what America known as a traitor. Did that as well. And then in the South, the British then changed their plan from invading from the north to the south, which was much less defended according to a lot of the revolutionaries. And they did several successful invasions. The British managed to take Savannah in 1778, and they even did an assault on Charleston, but failed. Then they managed to take Charleston in 1780, inflicting the most serious defeat for the Patriots in the war, with over 5,000 prisoners taken. And due to their success in the South, the British start to move up to the Carolinas, all the way to the north. However, the British eventually lost a lot of power and influence in the Carolinas and started to move back. Then in the West, Spain also joined in the war. Spain joined the war against Britain. And while they couldn't do military action, the Spanish did help them with supplies. And this allowed the Spanish to actually help them take more of the Gulf Coast. And this eventually leads to the last part of the Revolutionary War, the final campaign, the Yorktown campaign. With a lot of supply issues and all that, Cornwallis was forced to withdraw to Yorktown, which they built strong defenses and waited evacuation. Unfortunately, with the Spanish and French navies around to block it, he had no chance to escape. And with French and American troops led by Washington, and with a series of bombardments, Cornwallis surrenders in October 1781, effectively ending the war in the American Revolution. And it led to the Treaty of Paris in 1883, which finally allowed the United States to become independent of the British Empire. It also gave the U.S. the British territory of the Ohio River Valley as well, which became the modern-day thing of the Manifest Destiny. Only one Article 1 of the treaty still remains, which acknowledges the U.S. as existing as a free, sovereign, and independent state. And we finally get to the aftermath of the Revolution. You see, Washington actually was astonished the Americans managed to win that war. Especially that the British Empire was one of the world's most powerful countries on the planet during this time. Pretty amazing. And he said it was nothing more than a standing miracle that they managed to even win this war. They also got the Ohio Valley Territory and allowed the Americans to expand further west. It also established the U.S. with its numerous civil liberties, an example to overthrow the monarchy and colonial governments. And although the Revolution eliminated many forms of equality, it did little to change the status of women, but especially the biggest one was to end slavery. And that was going to bite the Americans back in 80 years. Because it eventually ended in Civil War, which was still the bloodiest conflict in American history. So, yeah, that's it, guys. That is the American Revolution in a nutshell, in the history of the 13 colonies. So that is going to be part one of our that's going to be that part of the stream. I hope you guys actually had a great time. I hope you guys liked the content. Again, lots of history stuff. But I wanted to do this right. So let's see what's out there on our flight sim. So we see SL1, GRF, Carol. I apologize I haven't been much to the other modes. But you can definitely see that this is an awesome stream. Man, it's nice out here today. I appreciate all you guys in chat for being here. So it's great to be here. I mean, this has been a great flight so far. I love flying the kit box for this reason. We got 79% fuel, so we're doing quite well. So, I hope you guys have had a great week, so far. So, so we're gonna be heading to Fredericksburg next, for this stream. Unfortunately I forgot to put any information about Fredericksburg, Virginia, but a bit of information about Fredericksburg. It's known for a lot of its colonial history, as it's home to 4 different battlefields between, from the American Revolution to the Civil War, including 2 separate battles during the Civil War. It's home to Central Park, the second largest mall on the East Coast. Tourism is still major due to all of its historical areas. Some of these historic sites include the Fredericksburg Museum and Historic District, the Kenmore Plantation, and the Washington Heritage Museums, particularly the Mary Washington House, which is where his mother actually lived. It also features the Ferry Farm historic site, and the Ferry Farm is basically where Washington spent his boyhood here. So, some very famous area here in Fredericksburg. So here it is. This is Fredericksburg. So here's Fredericksburg, Virginia. Look at that, an hour and 34 already during the time. And we just made it our first destination here, and we're going to be making it to DC. So there's the ferry house is located here. There's the Ferry Farm, which is located over here. And then we're going to be flying over the Mary Washington House, where his mother actually lived. So again, lots of historic places we're going to be visiting. So this stream is all about American history and all about all things United States, which I think it makes. Now, if you guys want to get the slideshow for today's stream, check out my Discord here on the link, exclamation point Discord. You can check out the Snake Pit, which is my Discord. I also have another channel, which I usually upload all my flight sim content for my old VODs, so you guys can definitely check them all out. And I would really highly recommend you all check out my Discord. So there'll be quite a few little areas we're going to be flying over now. I think ahead we will be seeing Quantico. Quantico Station, where the Marine Corps trained in Quantico. So we should definitely be seeing that a bit later. And this area is just beautiful. We see a couple little airports. These are like some of the smaller GA airports, like Dogwood Airport and Stafford Regional. These are tiny little GA airports all around the area. Also, let's go check out Firefly Air. Once again, I'm gonna do this. Firefly Air. This is the main organization for today. So this is my operation for today. Flying across all over America today. We have 109 people, over 6,300 flights, nearly 6,400. 6,000 total hours, and a distance of 1,722,712 miles. It should be, I hope that today should be 1776 in honor of our independence. As well. I think Merck's going to be doing some flights today. I know today Merck's going to be flying all across America today. I hope that I can catch his stream. As usual, Murph makes some incredible flights of content. Today he'll be doing 2 flights. So that would be fantastic. And then let's get to me. I am the commander, obviously. Flew over 130,000 nautical miles all time. 589 flights with an average landing rate of negative 175 feet per minute. Spent 360 hours with the group and flew to all 242 countries. So yeah, that is me for Firefly Air. Now, if you want to actually join Firefly Air, here's the command. It will take you to the website. As the Two-Tone Murphy resident researcher, I'm a proud member of Firefly Air. I'm proud to be a member of the community. So to join Firefly Air and join the amazing VA, there's about a couple things you could do. Easiest thing to do is step 1. You need to create your FS Hub account, which is for free. You don't have to pay anything, and just get an application. Then download the landing rate monitor, which is click the website, boom, and it can connect automatically to the sim. And step 3, you need to install either FS UIPC or X-Plane UIPC, depending on which platform you're going to be using it. And then once you get all that set up, you can get ready to do virtual air flying. Pretty easy. And they even created a bunch of really awesome liveries too. So yeah, definitely check out Firefly Air. I highly recommend. If you like doing VA stuff, but you don't want to pay for any of the expensive stuff, you can absolutely do it with Firefly Air. So yeah, that is going to be about what it is. So guys, I know this wasn't in our. I didn't have any information planned for this, but this Quantico actually. I know this place is because this is one of the areas where the Marine Corps trained. Now I've been to a previous Marine Corps base long ago. It was actually Ferris Island in South Carolina. It's actually called Paris Island, South Carolina. Yeah, it's Paris Island, South Carolina, in Beaufort County. And this is where the training facility located there, where 16,000 proud U.S. Marines pass through boot camp each and every year. And that area was actually founded in 1562, and it became very famous for a lot of the Marines trained here. And I actually been in this area before. I actually been in the Marine boot camp before. They got a museum down there. And that boot camp has been around since 1915. And I actually visited the Paris Island Museum back a long time ago and learned all about the Marines, which is a great military museum, definitely. So here's Quantico, and we see all the different little Marine base and headquarters, all down over there. Yeah, crazy day today. This has been awesome, guys. Thanks for coming by to my stream. Makes me really happy that all you guys are coming here today. But yeah, and we're actually on the banks of the Potomac River, actually. So a bit of interesting facts about the Potomac River, which is actually the fourth largest river in the East Coast. It flows from the Potomac Highlands into Chesapeake Bay, and it forms between the border of Maryland and D.C. And it's home to quite a few fish, like bowfin, different species of catfish, including the channel catfish and all that. The American eel, yes, you can find eels, stars, herrings, lampreys, different minnow species, perches, snakeheads, and more. And you can also find trout and striped bass. You can even find some mammals living in the basin, from bats to bears, beavers, deer, porcupines, skunks. You also find the fisher and the river otters. And of course, you can also find marine mammals, but you can see some signs of dolphins here too. So you see all sorts of things in the Potomac River. Now I know it's been polluted in recent years due to all the development, but it's still quite an important area to visit here. But there's actually a good reason we are actually heading this direction. So guys, we're actually going to visit a brand new landmark that just came out with World Update 10. And let me go ahead and... So this here is actually Mount Vernon. Now, this place was actually not just an American landmark, it was the former plantation of, of George Washington, the first president of the United States in the original commander, and his wife, Martha, which was the wife of the president of the U.S., and she was the original first lady of the U.S. It's on the banks of the Potomac River, and the Washington family acquired the area of this land in 1674, and then the expansion of the estate continued in 1734 until George became the sole owner in 1761. It was built out of wood in the Palladinian style, and was originally in the original house was built by his father Augustine Washington Sr. in 1734. George expanded the house twice in the 1750s and the 1770s and remained the home for the rest of his life until his death in 1799. However, the estate went into disarray until in 1858, when the Mount Vernon Ladies Association, a philanthropic organization, rebuilt a lot of the property back to its former glory. And it's still owned by them and operated and maintained by them to this day, and it's open every day of the year. In 1960, Mount Vernon is a National Historic Landmark, and it's on the National Register of Historic Places. So this place is pretty cool. It's got rich architecture. It's also got the interior. They've been restored to the appearance at the time of their occupancy. And some of the rooms in the interior include Washington's study area, 2 different dining rooms, two different parlors, the kitchen and bathroom. And visitors can actually see Washington's study. And this is a room that only approached through were granted entry back in the day. It included a combined bathroom, dressing room, and office. And apparently the room was so private that few descriptions even existed during this time. So yeah, this place has a lot of history. It also features Washington's tomb. See, George Washington was actually buried here in Mount Vernon as well. He was buried here as well. This was his original wish. He was, and as a result, you can see the family crypt with George and Martha Washington. You can see those, and I'm happy to see them preserve the former plantation. And in 2020, the estate has received more than 85 million visitors throughout the entire life. And it's been originally this place was originally on a World Heritage Site, but it failed to get approved, unfortunately. But I definitely think of all the American stuff, this definitely has a good chance of doing it. So, yeah, this is Mount Vernon, guys. In fact, it's a new POI landmark, so it should be in the new update. I think it's right over here. Let's see if we can find Mount Vernon, because I know that's a new landmark. Just added to the simulator, for instance. And then we can finally make our first stop of the of our trip today. let's go ahead and disengage the autopilot. Let's see if we can find the estate. I believe it's down in front of us. Oh, I think I see it. Oh, there it is. There's Mount Vernon. Found it. Let's check out Mount Vernon, guys. Oh, thanks, Sergeant Staff. So we'll be seeing the estate of the legend of the iconic U.S. president, the first president of the United States. He's on your guys' dollar bills. So let's go ahead and speed. We're gonna go to active pause soon. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at this. This is Mount Vernon, guys. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's cool. So this, guys, here is Mount Vernon. This is Washington's current estate. Well, let's take a closer look at the place. So we can definitely see, so this is Mount Vernon, guys. You can definitely see all the chairs. We see the mansion. Oh, this is cool. So over here, we have all the different courtyards in the front. These are all the different quarters for the plantation. Because, yes, he had slaves. I mean, to be fair, a lot of people, like many of the most important figures did have slaves back in the day. So this is Mount Vernon. Some more houses as well. I mean, that's pretty amazing. He freed a slave, probably, I think it was Martha's death. I think he freed, I think it was Martha who freed the slaves, actually. Whoa, no. Oh, okay. No. Yeah, there it is, Mount Vernon. So there it is, guys, Mount Vernon. Huge fan of historical stuff. There you guys, there is Mount Vernon. So there it is. We'll be heading our way to our new our next destination. And we're actually going to visit another place, another really famous and well-known place around this area. And it is going to actually be an air base, believe it or not. This is Joint Base Andrews. It's a U.S. military facility in Prince George's County, Maryland. It's under the jurisdiction of the 316th Wing, which maintains a lot of the rotary airlifts and other planes for national security. But the most famous thing about the place is that it's home to two Boeing VC-25 aircraft, which is basically the military version of the Boeing 747. And they have the call sign of Air Force One while the president's on board. And it features Andrews Air Force Base as well, which is the main airfield, and this was active during the Second World War. And it became, in following World War II, became the headquarters of the Continental Air Command, Strategic Air Command, and Military Air Transport Service. The first president to fly out of it was Truman in 1946, was the first president to fly out of Andrews, and is still yet to come as well. So pretty cool stuff. Basically, for those guys who don't know, the VC-25 is basically the military version of the 747. And they're basically 200 model 747, and they include all sorts of things, including the President and Lady's private quarters are located here. So basically, is their own little White House, also with conference rooms, situation rooms on board, plasma TVs for teleconferencing. And it's even featured office areas with telecommunication stations, around 87 different telephones and 19 televisions. So pretty cool stuff for Joint Base Andrews. So we're going to fly into Kilo Alpha Delta Whiskey. We're going to fly near the airport. So here it is. Here's Joint Base Andrews. Air Force One resides over here. And then after we get here, we're going to be flying to Ronald Reagan National Airport for our first stop of the trip. Yes, it took me nearly 2 hours to complete this. But here we go. So Ronald Reagan National Airport is one of the national airports in Arlington, Virginia. It's the smallest of the two major airports that serve DC. The bigger one's in Washington Dulles International. It originally was known as Washington National Airport, but it was adopted by Ronald Reagan in 1998. Flights out of the airport were not allowed to exceed 1,250 statute miles in any direction in order to send coast-to-coast and overseas traffic to Dulles. Now, planes that actually have to fly here usually take very complicated paths, and that's because there's a lot of restricted and prohibited airspace around DC, above all the sensitive landmarks, government buildings, and military installations. And they have to comply with some of the tightest noise restrictions in the entire country. So they have to take extra special care to fly around at Washington National Airport. Its small size also constrains a lot of its capacity, but it serves 91 non-stop destinations and it's a hub for American Airlines. Obviously, the only international flights at the airport are for major airports in Canada and some in the Caribbean. As well, in 2018, it served 23.5 million passengers. And in 2019, it served nearly 24 million passengers, setting a new record for the airport. So this is Joint Base Andrews. So here's the Joint Base Andrews to our right. They're now gonna head to our first stop. And basically they do all sorts of flights from American Airlines. Atlanta, Boston, Charlotte, Las Vegas, LA, New York, Phoenix, Raleigh. American Eagle flies a lot of their smaller routes throughout the country into DC. Delta does flights as well. Southwest, JetBlue. Even Alaska does flights to Seattle. The busiest route is from from DC to Atlanta is usually the busiest route, followed by Boston, Chicago, Orlando, and Miami. Most of those by American Airlines. Now, I know we won't cover it, but the larger airport of the two in DC is actually in Dulles, which is actually in Virginia, in London County. It was opened in 1962 by John Foster Dulles, Secretary of State under Dwight D. Eisenhower. And this serves a lot of international destinations, including all around the world. I mean, they fly to Asia. They fly to Europe, in Africa, in the Middle East, in Asia. They fly everywhere. But it's also a major hub for United Airlines. It's basically one of the major hubs of United Airlines as well. And they do flights from all over Washington, D.C. to everywhere on the planet you can think of. I mean, they fly to Jordan. They fly all the way to Lagos. In Nigeria, they fly to Munich and Frankfurt, Tel Aviv, Tokyo, Paris, London. Yeah, they fly everywhere. It's crazy. And that's a little bit about Dulles Airport. Even though we're not flying there today, I wanted to know about the other airport we're going to be in Washington. So here is our airport. We are going to land on runway 01 for today's let's go ahead, and that will complete the first leg of today's long journey. This is going to be a long one. Unless you guys want me to take something a bit faster today. But I think the kit box would be really good to take. It is freedom. So we're going to go ahead and take the first break for today's flight. I'm going to stay here for about a minute or two and get back in the sky. So here's the route for today's flight. If anyone else wants to join along. So KDCA will be our first stop for today's trip. So here's Washington International. And I'm on the East USA server if anyone's interested in joining along with this flight. I mean, this is going to be a new record for my streams. Oh, rate. Oh. Who's rating my channel today? Is it going to start with a flying? Is it going to be something with flying and Fabio, or is it going to be? I wonder who it could be. Let's see. This is already making the lane more difficult. Okay. Down. A bit firm, but hey, not bad. 34 knots, winds 3 knots at 215 degrees. Oh, this is going to be good. Whew. Take the Freedom Fox, and we made a good landing here. So we're here at Washington, D.C. National Airport. This is the main domestic, the two main domestic airports here in D.C. I mean, what an awesome journey today. So, welcome to Washington, D.C., everyone, the nation's capital. Oh, dude, the Flying Fabio just came today. Flying Fabio! Sup? Rated with the channel, 108 viewers. And hosted with 228. Great to have you here. Ozzy Vado, good to have you here. Definitive Toast, first time chat. Stewie, 86. Citizen 6, great to have you here. Guys, thank you so much. Gamer Taurus, great to have you guys here. So many awesome new faces. Thank you guys so much. And Nintendo Rock 2600, Cetons, and Gamer Taurus all followed. Guys, thank you so much for coming to my stream. I hope you guys enjoyed Fabio's streams as always. Fabio has made so many amazing streams. Thank you guys so much for coming. So guys, this one is gonna be pretty cool. This is the July 4th special. It's gonna be my longest stream ever. And this one is all about learning American history and everything you needed to learn for July 4th. It's pretty crazy. And I've already covered the history of the American Revolution, the 13 colonies. Earlier today we flew through from Norfolk. It's great to have you guys here. So in the chat we have Cass, C-Toms, Muraz, Fornax, Super Typhon, Devil Dude, Friend to All, Cold Nebo. Guys, so much. Gohan 92269. I do a wide variety of streams like Friend All says. Sundays I do the city tour. Wednesdays I usually do the Japan series tour for Firefly Air. Yeah, it's going to be the longest one for duration, so guys... so what am I doing today exactly? Oh, Aries and Balmer just followed. Oh, guys. So today... So here's what we're doing for today's flight. Basically, we're flying from... I took off here in Norfolk, visited Norfolk, Yorktown, Williamsburg, Jamestown. Then we flew across Fredericksburg into D.C. for the first leg. Leg 2 we'll be visiting Washington, D.C. We get to be visiting the U.S. Naval Academy for this leg. Baltimore, and then a long one into Gettysburg and Valley Forge before we make leg number 2 stop in Philadelphia. Great to have all you guys here. You guys have been amazing. So, yeah. Sleekin99 is here. Guys, seriously, thank you everyone for coming here. Nintendo Rob? I was watching this while crapping. No. Now, if you guys want to join in, you guys can always join in. Here's the route for today's journey and server. Tony Top Sausage has just fallen. Thank you guys so much. So, we're going to get back into the Freedom Fox. Come on, I mean, can you think of anything more appropriate for July 4th than the Freedom Fox? You feel fine now after... So, Charles Farmer has just fallen. Oh my goodness, you guys are actually been amazing. We just cracked 380 followers. I'm hoping to get 400 at some point. So, guys, for all those who are new to my streams, I do these slideshows every single stream to do my research. It's a big part of what makes my channel different from the others. So, this is Washington, D.C., the nation's capital. It is actually the capital city of the United States of America, named after George Washington, the first president of the United States, and also the Supreme Commander of the Continental Army. It's the seat of the U.S. federal government, and it's home to several major international organizations, and is a political capital of the planet. It's divided into different quadrants centered around the Capitol building, and it hosts nearly 177. Oh, God. Uh, 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 do I have to start again? God. We're at KT. Yeah, we're at that airport. How come you don't have subs? I don't know. But the Newligan, good to see you. It's also host to many international organizations, trade unions, lobbying groups, lots of different stuff here in DC. So we have all that. So let me go ahead and set up my Firefly Air stuff. ADCA, KPHL. Distractions, no worries. So we're gonna go ahead and take off from here. Ori Dorkwin, thank you, Flying Bent Prop Airlines. Please try soon to recover. Oh, you guys are incredible. You guys are awesome. Seriously, you guys are all amazing. So the first place we're gonna fly here is the Pentagon. It's a PY landmark in the sim. The Pentagon, very famous headquarters building. It's the headquarters of the Department of Defense. It was constructed during World War II, and as the symbol of the U.S. military, the Pentagon is often used for the Department of Defense. It is the world's largest office building, nearly 6.5 million square feet is floor space, which over half of it is used for offices, and that includes 23,000 military and civilian employees, and with 3,000 more non-defense support. Now, unfortunately, this place was damaged during the September 11 attacks when 5 Al-Qaeda hijackers flew Flight 77 into the building, killed themselves and 184 others, 59 on the airplane and 125 in the Pentagon. Thankfully, this place was rebuilt during this time. So I'm thankful there wasn't any more damage done to the Pentagon. So I'm very, very happy to hear. So yeah, these slideshows are what I do every single stream. That way you guys get to actually learn something. So here is the Pentagon. I do take lots of pictures as well. That's because a lot of the pictures are actually in my Discord. Here's my Discord. If you guys like to keep up with my latest streams and announcements, definitely check out the Discord. It's well worth it. You also get all my PowerPoint stuff, my own slideshows. Here it is, the Pentagon, in its full glory. There it is. That just shows you how big the freaking Pentagon is. It's massive. It's like a giant... Oh. What shape is the Pentagon? It's a Game of Taurus, it's a pentagon. What are you expecting it to be? But that's not the only landmark we're going to be visiting DC. We got a lot more landmarks here we're going to be visiting. So to our left is the Arlington National Cemetery. It is a military cemetery, been around since the Civil War era. Over 40,000 people have been buried here. But the most famous area here is the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. It overlooks DC, and it's made of yellow marble, quarried in Colorado. So right here, we're flying over the Arlington National Cemetery. So earlier today, we got to visit Mount Vernon, which has got a scenery update, and that looked awesome. So definitely, it's great to have all you amazing people here. Then we're going to see the World War II Memorial as well. And then we're going to visit one of the most famous memorials here. And that is we're going to be visiting the Lincoln Memorial. Now, this memorial here was a memorial here built to honor Abraham Lincoln. It was dedicated in 1922. One of the several memorials built to honor an American president. In this case, he was the 16th president. He was the president most famous for ending American slavery, which was a pretty major blight in the nation. It has been known as a symbolic center for race relations, also a major area as a tourist attraction since the 30s. It's listed in the National Historic Registration of National Places in 1966. And in 2007, it was ranked as a seventh in America's favorite architecture. More than 7 million people visit it annually each and every single year. So this here is the Lincoln Memorial. So this will give us a better look at this place. Yes, you know me, I love taking pictures, and I post a lot on my Discord. So let's actually take a look at the scenery here. Follow me. So here's the steps, and you can see here. Unfortunately, we can't get in, but here's the president of Lincoln. This is where Lincoln stands. See, hello there, Abraham Lincoln. Good to have you here. 75 years. That was from the Gettysburg Address. But that's not the only thing. In addition, we're going to be visiting here as well. You see, there's one before we head to the Washington Monument. There is another very famous place. How about the official residence of the U.S. president? Yes, the White House. Hey, Dougal, good to have you here. Great to see many here. Yep, I'm happy to have all you guys here too. So the White House. Well, it's obviously the official residence of the president, located 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. It has been the presence of every president since John Adams in 1800. So the modern White House includes the executive residence, the East Wing, Eisenhower Department Executive Office Building, and more. Now, here's a fun fact for some of you people that don't know about the White House. You see, during the War of 1812, the British obviously burned down the White House. So they actually had to rebuild it after the War of 1812. Trump Tower Howitzer, good to have you here. So, this here is the White House. Oh yeah, and here's some pretty funny things about the White House too. Here's some more weird historical stuff about that place. So, several presidents have actually owned some weird animals. There was even a U.S. president, I believe he owned a hippo. Yes, a hippo on the White House grounds. Like, come on, there have been unusual things owned by the presidents. Oh, damn those British. Oh, Dougal, you don't cease to make me laugh. Yeah, you don't make me laugh. But yeah, this is the White House. There's two sides to this whole White House. But yeah, this is the White House. This is the most famous end people take pictures of. And this is actually the other end. Most people don't ever get to see this end of the White House. So yeah, very, very cool place. They did it, thankfully, I'm glad they did this for the US World Update. Like, to not have photogrammetry in some of the American Capitol stuff. Yeah, pretty crazy. And then from there, we're going to be visiting the Washington Monument. Again, this is another thing dedicated to George Washington. But this is actually the world's tallest stone structure. At 555 feet tall, it is the world's tallest obelisk. The interior of this actually is hollow, and it's actually occupied by iron stairs that spar up to the walls. And there's an elevator at the center of the place. And each of these are supported by 4 different iron columns, along with which do not support the stone structure, but they do support the elevator. So you can actually see up here. So you can definitely see the obelisk. So if you go down here, we can go. So here's all the flags. Now down below is where the visitors can actually go up here, enter the structure, and they climb all the way up the obelisk. All 550 feet of it to the very top. right here. And these are where the observation rooms are set here. And they got one on all four sides of the obelisk. Really cool stuff. A lot of people don't know about that. Whoa! Who's flew that jet? Oh, Sinister! You're flying that jet. Oh, that's cool. So, then afterwards, we're then going to fly into one of the last memorials we're going to be visiting today. Last monuments in memorial. Arctic Tern, good to have you here. Plenty of Hoosier love for July 4th. Thank you. Yes, I hope to get some barbecue too. So we actually visited the World War II Memorial. Unfortunately, I forgot we just passed through the World War II. But more than 4.6 million visited, and that basically is honoring the World War II veterans. I need to head back. Yeah, that's the point of my streams. We all learned something. So the World War II Memorial is down here. Here it is. Here's the World War II Memorial, guys. Down below. Now, all of this area is the National Mall. So, hello. So, all of this is part of the National Mall. And here it is, the World War II Memorial. So here it is. This is the World War II Memorial. This was actually dedicated in 2004 by George W. Bush. One of the few good things he's dedicated. Airlock Doc, great to have you in the chat. So yeah, this here is the World War II Memorial. Very famous American area. Also, these are all from different areas: American Samoa, Guam, Hawaii, District of Columbia, New Mexico, Utah, all the different states. These are memorializing all the American states and territories. Let's see if we can find one for Indy. I mean, this is too cool. There's my home state, Indiana. All of these represent the different states. This looks so cool. And this is more from the Atlantic and the Pacific theaters of World War II, all the people that died out there. This is just too cool. The detail on this is amazing. Look at this. This is awesome. Just incredible. What a cool scenery. See, I actually appreciate all this scenery. I think it's great that we have people that appreciate it. No. Thankfully, this Freedom Fox has plenty of power in its light, so it has more than enough power. We're going to finally visit the last major memorial we're going to be visiting, and that's the Jefferson Memorial, dedicated by FDR between 1939 and 1943 as a memorial to Thomas Jefferson, the principal author of the Declaration of Independence. And it is one of the major parts of the National Mall. So we're going to take a picture here. Then we're going to let's do the rest of it. So this here is the Jefferson Memorial. Very iconic place as well. So here's the Jefferson Memorial. I've never been to DC, but I wish I could visit. So here's the Jefferson Memorial. Oh, I wonder who brought... Oh, this is cool. Yep. And then we're going to finally figure... We're going to actually fly to one more landmark here in DC. And it's the U.S. Capitol. Yes, the U.S. You know, every state has its own capital. But this here is the total U.S. Capitol building. It was built in many sections in the 1800s. It is the meeting place of the U.S. Congress and the seat of the legislative branch. It's located in the National Mall. Central sections of the present building were completed in 1800, but more of them has been built around 1800. So they continue to expand the place a bit until its final thing was completed earlier on. Oh, Uncle Boris! First time chat, my freedom brother. It's good to have you here, first time chat. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. So this is the U.S. Capitol building. Very big, very important area. But I mean, this architecture looks amazing. I love the architecture here. Pretty cool stuff. So now that we fly over the U.S. Capitol, we're gonna go autopilot heading, virtual nav. We're gonna fly a bit high. So we're going to be heading to our next place, and that is the U.S. Naval Academy. We're going to be heading to the U.S. Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland. But yeah, we're doing great. We just got out of Washington, D.C. We're going to head to Annapolis. I'm impressed with the modeling. They modeled Lincoln. They did. They modeled a lot of the areas around here. Millions of communication, they modeled Lincoln. Hey, Guybrush, first time check. Guybrush, I hope you're doing fantastic. By the way, guys, Guybrush actually does a lot of YouTube stuff. And I really like his island hopping series. That's a lot of fun. That building was blown up so many times. Independence Day, Designated Survivor. Yes. In terms of movies, Airlock, yes, this place has been blown up a lot in the movies. You're 100% correct on that one. I will not be denied. I would be foolish to deny that point. Oh my goodness. Uncle Boris, great to have you here. Thanks for playing. So yeah, all you guys, if you guys haven't checked out and give a follow to the channel, don't be afraid to smack that follow button if you like the content you're like to see. Don't be afraid to smash that follow button, and if you did, I do recommend checking out the Discord. So it's great to have all you guys here. So many amazing people. I gotta say a massive thank you to Flying Fabio for the raid. That will always be deeply appreciated. Yes, so many amazing people today. It's been awesome. Yeah, I love this Freedom Fox. It's such a great little bush plane. It's just so capable. So I do these every single stream in these slideshows. So after the U.S. Capitol building, we're going to visit the U.S. Naval Academy and fly over it. So what is this U.S. Naval Academy? So the U.S. Naval Academy is a federal service academy here in Annapolis, established in 1845 during the tenure of George Bancroft, when he was the Secretary of the Navy. It is the second oldest of the 5 U.S. service academies and educates midshipmen, or naval recruits, to serve in the officer corps of the U.S. Navy and Marine Corps. The campus is around 338 acres. And the entirety of the campus is a National Historic Landmark, home to many historic sites, buildings, and monuments. About 1,000 midshipmen graduate from the academy every year, either as ensigns in the Navy or second lieutenants in the Marine Corps. In addition to just training, they also do athletics here as well. Athletics are pretty long history of Navy. And they even do collegiate football, and they got some pretty famous athletes, surprisingly, despite being in the military. They included people like Roger Staubach and David Robinson. two of the most iconic athletes during this time. But yeah, it's pretty cool to see the Naval Academy and stuff. Pretty cool stuff. I am great, thanks. So pleased to shortly work your stream, and thanks for the short promotion. Not here for that, but I do view awesome communities. More videos coming this summer. That's awesome. You are on the top of the flight sim streamers. Oh, I really appreciate it, Uncle Boris. I definitely put one of the worst interstate systems outside of Atlanta and LA. Yes, Washington's interstate system is terrible. Yes, I agree. It's bad. I've never been there in real life, but from what I can tell, I can completely understand why it's such a bad thing. Oh. Hey, XBMF Smurfy! Good to have you here. So let's see who's flying with us today. We actually have Uncle Boris with us. I see some Chief as well. Quite a few people. Yeah, whenever I need to go south, go past DC, I always find a route around. Yeah, there's quite a few routes in the Northeast. Now, where I live in Louisville, near Louisville, I do have, like, there's a highway that connects between Louisville and Indianapolis and all that. That's pretty crazy to do all this. Oh, by the way, guys, for all the slides I've done, you know how many slides of this slideshow I've done? There are 94 slides in total for the entire thing. Yes, 94 slides. But it's because I had to cover everything to think about. Earlier today, we talked about Norfolk, Yorktown, the siege of Yorktown, Williamsburg, Jamestown, everything about the 13 colonies, like government and history, the Declaration of Independence, American Revolutionary War and its history and the aftermath, and more. So, and we got more to cover too. Some very famous battles, events, documents, landmarks. I mean, it's going to cover everything. But it's my way to make up for the fact I didn't stream for all last week. Hey, Foxtrot! Good to have you here, Foxtrot. Guys, if you never checked out Foxtrot, Foxtrot is one of my closest friends in the community as well. He's been nearly in every one of my streams. Fox is such an awesome guy. He does a lot of bush trips around the Pacific Northwest. Awesome dude. Check out Foxtrot. Outside of Murph's community, I'm great friends with Fox. So great to have you here. So this is currently going to be one of my longest streams I've ever attempted. Taking the Freedom Fox from Norfolk. We just passed Washington, D.C. We just covered Mount Vernon today. That was a new PUI landmark that was just added into the sim. We're currently headed to the U.S. Naval Academy. And then we'll be heading to the city of Baltimore. This should be pretty fun stuff. I know I may be going a little bit of a slow end, but I'm okay with it. Like, I want to actually have a good time exploring everything today. And yeah, there is a lot of history to cover. Yeah, I hope you guys have an amazing... If all those in America, all those here in the U.S., I hope you guys have a great time in the United States of America. Happy Independence Day to all those in the U.S. To the Britons. Happy Breakup Day. Happy National Breakup Day. Okay, the Pelican can't keep up and hover. Ah, cool, yeah. The Pelican's actually for freeware for us. It's actually quite fun to fly it as a freeware. It's actually one of the better freeware planes I've been able to fly. Even with all the jank it has, it's a fun little plane. Also, in addition to this as well, right next to Annapolis is the Chesapeake Bay Bridge. It's known officially as the William Preston Lane Jr. Memorial Bay Bridge, but everyone knows it as the Chesapeake Bay Bridge. So we'll be checking out that bridge soon. If it wasn't for Halo fans would riot. Yes, I agree. Halo fans would absolutely riot. Happy waste of all the details. Oh, airlock. How long do you think this would take? Let's see. Currently, 644 miles. We are about 449 miles remaining. So it'll take around another 4 hours in the Freedom Fox. Oh dang, I forgot. We're basically in Virginia. Let's go. Home state. Oh, awesome. You're from Virginia. Well, Uncle Boris, I'm from the United States state of Indiana. I'm from the southern region, right next to the state of Kentucky. Literally just 30 minutes out of Louisville. So here's Annapolis, right ahead. Jones? No, Indiana, basically. Right next to the city of Louisville. So here's Annapolis. The Naval Academy is here. So here it is. And then and right here is the big old Chesapeake Bay Bridge right in front of us. So here it is. So here it is. Welcome to the U.S. Naval Academy, guys. This is where all the midshipmen get their training from. So yeah, definitely great to have all of you here. So many great people. So, fine, Fabio, if you're still in the chat, Fabio, I bet you're doing some of the safety training things again. I hope you're getting to be in your I hope I get the chance to see your training series for the Boeing 737 and all that. Oh yeah, there's so many new people in the Discord. I forgot to check my Discord. I'll give you all your roles. Yes, so many new awesome people in the Discord. Just incredible. So here it is. There is the U.S. Naval Academy. So there's all the U.S. Naval Academy stuff, like the football stadium, the baseball field. Oh wait, that's football stadium. The Polar Bear UK1 has just followed the channel. Welcome, Polar Bear. good to have you here. So we're currently doing we're doing all across the 13 colonies today, from Virginia to Boston. So this would be a very special July 4th stream. I want to do a nice long stream for July 4th. So I'm glad that you made it here today. Yes, very level terrain feeding into the Chesapeake Bay. That's correct. And there's the Chesapeake Bay Bridge, guys. See that there? The Chesapeake Bridge. That thing is one of the longer bridges. This bridge is a very long bridge. It's been around since the 1930s, but the current bridge, but this is the main Chesapeake Bay Bridge. The Bay Bridge, right by Annapolis. That bridge is 4.35 miles long. It has a height of 354 feet. It was opened in July 30th, 1952. And they did a lot of future walks and runs. And thanks to the construction of the bridge, several major areas have grown, including Ocean City, and all those areas around the Chesapeake Bay Bridge. So yeah, very big major bridge down below. There's also another bay connecting near Norfolk. Yes. But now we're going to talk about the next place we're going to visit. Another new handcrafted PY landmark. That came in the US World Update number 2. And this is Fort McHenry. This famous place is actually a bastion fort. It's in the Pentagon shape, located on Locust Point, a well-known neighborhood in Baltimore. This place is most famous for its role in 1812 when it defended Baltimore Harbor from an attack by the British Navy on September 13th to 14th, 1814. It was first built in 1798 and has been used by the U.S. Armed Forces through World War I and World War II with the Coast Guard. It was designated a national park in 1925. However, in 1939 it was redesignated as a national monument. However, this place was very famous for one particular thing. You see, during that battle, they replaced one of the smaller flags with a large American flag during the American victory over the Battle of Baltimore. And the sight of that inside, the giant flag, it inspired a certain guy named Francis Scott Key. And he wrote the poem, Defense of Fort McHenry. And this poem was then set to the tune of To Anastasia in Heaven, which was the official song of the Music Society in London, and all of that eventually became known as the Star-Spangled Banner, which is currently now the national anthem of the United States of America. How cool is that? Yeah, the staff, you saw them in Smithsonian. Yeah, the flag there was massive. Huge. I mean, it said that the flag was huge. Now, today, Fort McHenry has since been... Today, Fort McHenry is currently right now a major center of recreation for Baltimore locals, and is a prominent tourist attraction. Thousands of visitors came each year to see the birthplace of the Star-Spangled Banner. And it's accessible by water taxi. And they do all sorts of things as well, and they try to restore a lot of this brick back to what it was originally. And they even do historical reenactments as well. So yeah, definitely a very cool national monument. Definitely worth checking out while you're visiting down Baltimore. He was a Georgetown attorney to negotiate prisoner exchange and offshore barge. The battle ensued and he recorded his observations. Correct, friend all. That's what it was. Absolutely. And speaking of Baltimore, we're going to be heading to another iconic American city, Baltimore. The most populous city in Maryland. In this area is known as an independent city, and prior to European colonization, Baltimore was used as a hunting ground by the Susquehannock Native American tribes. But the colonists from the province of Maryland established the port in 1706 to support the tobacco trade, and has since been a very important transport hub of the country, with the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, the oldest one in the U.S. It also was a port of entry for a lot of immigrants to the U.S. and is a major manufacturing center as well. Many of the neighborhoods here in Baltimore have very rich histories, including Fells Point, Federal Hill, and Baltimore's Mount Vernon. In fact, Baltimore has more public statues and monuments per capita than any other city in the country, and nearly 1/3 of its buildings are National Historic Landmarks in the National Register. Some of the very famous people that lived in Baltimore included... Oh wait, let me help friend request. Some of the most famous people that are from Baltimore, they include Tom Clancy, the author of the Jack Ryan book series, David Hasselhoff. Yes, David Hasselhoff has been born here in Baltimore. And who could forget Edgar Allan Poe actually has lived here in Baltimore, one of the most famous poets in American history. And of course, who could forget the legendary Babe Ruth, born on my birthday on February 6th, and became probably, for many, the most famous baseball player of all time. Born in Baltimore. So lots of very famous Americans were born here in Baltimore. Just incredible. Hey, why don't schools use game to educate? I don't know. Never been to Baltimore, though. Yeah, despite the fact Virginia and Maryland are right next to each other. The British successfully looted and burned the White House in the war. Yes. Thereafter, the restored was repainted white. Yep. Gotta be lurking, go make lunch. Thanks for coming, friend all. I hope you enjoy your lunch. Maybe you return back in streams. Why don't games use games to educate? I think it's the stigma of games. People tend to think games are just entertainment. But in all reality, it depends on how you use it. It's like there's also little ports like Armstead and Carroll, but we're gonna visit McHenry. And here's the city of Baltimore. A couple more tidbits about the city that a lot of people don't know about. Baltimore is home to several professional sports teams, but the two major teams are the NFL's Baltimore Ravens, and then of course the longtime Baltimore Orioles. And they're host to one of baseball's coolest ballparks, Camden Yards. Hey, Simple Brian, good to see you. Don't forget Omar Little, Weebay, Hoot in the Bunk. Yeah, you're the flight sim historian. It is. I think it's great that there are people like me who want to bring history and educate the world and bring history to a new place. Yep, I'm a proud Tuto Murphy resident researcher. Hey, Splasher 6! Splasher! My good friend, what are you... I hope you're doing well. Happy Independence Day to you. Rage just followed. Thank you guys. Thanks you, Rage for the follow. Guys, if you haven't checked out my good friend Splasher 6, the dude's been in nearly every one of my streams. Awesome fight streamer. I believe tomorrow he's going to wrap up the Pan American Highway journey. I'm going to probably fly with you. I want to say a massive congratulations on completing the journey. Seriously. You should also be an M affiliate. Yes, I'm hoping to be a Two-Tone Murphy affiliate. Soon. I need to get to 500 follows. So I definitely need all the support. But I mean, I think, so here it is, guys. Let me go. Altitude. So guys, this is Fort McHenry. So you can definitely see where you get the octagonal shape from down below. Um, you can definitely see the octagonal shape. Wow, cool, Fort McHenry. Yeah, you can see all the. Hey, D-Tween, good to see you. I need my new help with my new Airbus Thruster. How do I set up reverse thrust? Ah, great question. D-Tween, thank you for it. I have the Airbus quadrant here. Let's see. This. To set up the reverse throttle, you see this. You go here, you press this. There should be this right here behind the throttle, is this. Do this, and you activate the reverse throttle. That's reverse throttle on the Airbus. Now, to set that up, is in your control options. It should have it in your Airbus. Here it is. Go to power management. It should already be set on your throttle quadrant anyway. I did 0 to 100. Just do it with it. If you have this little thing in the middle, you can actually stick it into that, and it can automatically set the reverse. And like that. And I can even show you my sensitivity. So this is what it looks like. Yeah. So basically, I just wanted to show you how it works. So here's Fort McHenry, all the cannons. Oh, Uncle Boris. Oh, you went in the middle of it. Oh, awesome. Yeah. Okay, Fort McHenry, guys. We made it to Fort McHenry. After the baseball strike in the 1980s, the traditional Canyon Yards ball field in Cal Ripken is credited for restoring baseball. Yep. Cal Ripken's a legend. By the way, guys, if you guys didn't know, when I did my first Flight Sim series, back when I was a newer streamer, I did my first series was Major League Baseball. And I'd been to all of the Major League sports teams in all the cities, including Montreal and Toronto. And we got to actually talk about baseball history and all that. And that's where I got my start. Okay, thanks. No problem, Daytween. No problem. I'm more than happy to help you out. I'm more than happy to help out anyone, to be honest. I'm happy to help out anyone that needs help. I'm more than happy. I love to help out others. This book has so much detail. Anyways, you're a great guy. I got a word today. Thank you for the education, Uncle Boris. Thanks for flying along with me, and thank you so much for following. It's great to have all the new follows. Seriously, thank you. I really, really appreciate it. So here is M&T Bank Stadium down below, home of the Baltimore Ravens, Ray Lewis. And right here is the world-famous Camden Yards Major League Ballpark. Very famous sporting venues in the country. Definitely. And by the way, definitely check out the Discord. Yeah, the brick warehouse. Now, here's a funny thing about that warehouse, friends all. The brick warehouse. Well, you see, it used to be an old railway warehouse back in the 1800s and all that. It was part of the British Ohio warehouse. However, later on, it fell into disuse. So when the Orioles built the new ballpark, they actually kept the warehouse and they turned it into a place with offices and concourse areas and all sorts of things. And it definitely gives Camden Yards its unique design. It's what truly makes Camden truly a unique ballpark. So yeah, absolutely. Of course, we're going to go 44 nautical miles this way. Well, there's actually good reason we're heading this way. There's a certain Civil War battlefield that I want to attend on today's stream. And that is, we're going to be visiting Gettysburg. Now, let's talk about some things about Gettysburg that a lot of people don't seem to really know. So the city of Gettysburg is a borough in Adams County, Pennsylvania, famous for being the battleground for the Battle of Gettysburg, and the Gettysburg Address are named after the town. The town hosts visitors to the Gettysburg National Battlefield and military park. Its population is around 7,000 people, not very much. But tourism has been a big deal for Gettysburg since the 19th century with the battlefield, and has brought millions of people. It's also home to the Eisenhower National Historic Site, which preserves the home and farm of Dwight D. Eisenhower, who was the 34th President of the United States of America. Also, Dwight D. Eisenhower was also the Supreme Commander of the Allied Force in Europe. Hey, Simple Brian followed the channel. Simple Brian, thank you so much for following. All the support today has been amazing today. You guys have been incredible. So yeah, this is Gettysburg. Now we're gonna visit. Now there's going to be the National Military Park. It's going to be about further ahead. Now, the National Military Park itself protects and interprets the landscape of the Battle of Gettysburg during the Civil War. It includes most of the battlefield along with the support areas like reserve, hospital and supply locations, and several non-battle areas like the cemetery. In fact, in the Visitor Center and Museum, over 43,000 Civil War artifacts are displayed there. Some really cool stuff can be found here in the historic site. In addition to this as well, this national park in 2018 had 950 visitors. And it's one of the many Civil War national parks that are operated by the Park Service, include Antietam, Silo, Chattanooga, and Vicksburg as well. Lots of different little areas as well. Now, the military park itself is over 6,000 acres of land, which is huge. That's a massive amount of land. So yeah, definitely some very important areas to visit. And then we're going to talk about the historic Battle of Gettysburg, guys. So, the Battle of Gettysburg, man, this was one of the most memorable battles of the entire American Civil War. Now, leading up to the battle, General Robert E. Lee, after his success, he decided to lead his army through the Shenandoah Valley to begin his second invasion of the North, hoping that if he can invade up to Pennsylvania, they could eventually end the war. And hopefully, if they take northern Pennsylvania, they can end their prosecution of the war and put the Confederacy over the top. And then the elements of the two armies collide here in Gettysburg on July 1st, as Lee concentrated all of his forces here to engage the Union Army and destroy it. However, the two large Confederate corps assaulted John Burford's forces, collapsing the Union line, sending the defenders retreating through the streets. And then on the second day of the battle, most of both armies have assembled, with the Union line in a defensive formation. And Lee launched a heavy assault on the left flank, and fierce fighting raged at the Little Round Top and other areas around Gettysburg. And on the third day of battle, they resumed their fight at Culp Hill. Cavalry battles raged to the east and south, but the main event was a dramatic infantry assault by 12,000 Confederates against the center of the Union line on Cemetery Ridge, known famously as Pickett's Charge. The charge was repelled by the Union rifle and artillery fire at a great loss to Confederacy, forcing General Lee to retreat his army back to Virginia. Between 46,000 and 51,000 soldiers of both armies were casualties in the three-day battle, which is still to this day, believe it or not, the most costly battle in U.S. history. And then, a couple months later, on November 19th, Lincoln used the dedication ceremony for the Gettysburg Cemetery to honor the fallen soldier and redefine the purpose of the war in the famous Gettysburg Address. Yes. 50,000 people on both sides died. I mean, this battle was one of the most insane and important battles of the American Civil War. And after the battle, it became a turning point of the Civil War, with the Union's victory occurring in the siege of Vicksburg. And this led to the Union eventually taking over and winning the Civil War, crushing Confederates and reuniting the country once again. So that is the famous Battle of Gettysburg, for a lot of those who don't know. Pretty cool stuff. Pretty crazy stuff today. I mean, we caught a glimpse of the Lincoln Memorial when we left the. Yep, we did. We saw a glimpse of it when we left. Exactly. In fact, the Reagan National Airport is actually not far from is not far at all from all the monuments. It's like Reagan National Airport is right next to the Pentagon, Arlington National Cemetery, Jefferson Memorial, and Lincoln. Like, with all that airspace, Reagan National Airport is some of the strictest airspace in the entire of any airport in the country. Pretty crazy stuff. So, I hope you guys are having a great day as well. And, oh, who's this? Oh, Cinder Chillin has now just... Cinder Chillin, thank you so much for the follow. This is our 4th of July special for Firefly Air. The amazing folks there. Now, for guys who don't know about Firefly Air, let me go ahead and check them out. Firefly Air is the virtual airline for Two-Tone Murphy. That's because I'm his resident researcher, obviously. And as a proud member of the Two-Tone Murphy community and a proud member of his community, so it is basically a virtual airline service operated by Merv himself. We're not just for Microsoft, but we're also for X-Plane P3D, and you can do all this for free. You just need to set up a pilot application account on FS Hub, which is here. Just create your account for free, and then once you get to the Firefly Air thing, you can put an application, and it will get you ready for the Discord. And then download the free landing rate monitor. Boom. This thing is for free. It not only tracks your landings, it also tracks your logbook, GPS tracking, radar, or even a route planner. And you can link this up to not only your little nav map, you can even use it from SimBrief. You can link it to your SimBrief account, and you can literally just copy the flight plans from SimBrief. Talk about cool. In all that. And finally, after you do that, here's one last thing. You need to download either MSFS, FSUIPC, or XPUIPC, depending on if you want to use Microsoft or X-Plane. Once you do that, we are completed. So now we actually get there, and this is Firefly Air. We have over 1,774 nautical miles. over nearly 6,400 flights. Negative 257 average landing rate of that. I mean, we have 109 people. I mean, that's insane, guys. I mean, Firefly has been amazing. Yo, Raleigh Mall! Raleigh Mall. Good day, mate. Good day, mate. Definitely check out Raleigh Mall stream. One of my favorite Australians in the flight sim community. Awesome dude. He covers a lot of Australian flights and history. Definitely a very cool guy to be around. Oh, there's Citizen in the kit box. Awesome that you're in the air. Oh, who's there with the pits? Let me go ahead and check who is in the pit special. Is that Copper Stick or someone flying me in the pits? Oh, this is just cool, guys. Oh, it's Sea Adam. Oh, it's see. But yeah, this is low and it's slow. Yeah, we're going low and slow, guys, today. Oh, Sea Toms is me. Yes, Sea Toms. Good to have you here. Awesome that you're flying with me today. Thank you so much. Like, all you guys, it's all you guys that make the stream for what it is. You do know that, right? This area is absolutely beautiful today. Actually, we should be flying at we should be flying at 2,000 feet. Is safe. Yeah, flying 2,000 feet. Flying a little higher. And no, guys, I am not opening the door for today's flight. I'm not planning on opening the doors. Okay. If I open the door, that door flies off. Because it's actually modeled in the sim somehow by the guys in Parallel Forges. They made sure that if you did do anything stupid, the door would fly out. And that's not something I'm planning on doing today. As much as you guys want me to try, I'm not opening the door. Yeah, definitely check out Raleigh Mall. Viper beat me to the shout-out. I beat you quite a bit, Fox, but no. But yeah, we're heading to Gettysburg. Now let's talk about the next slideshow thing. Not here. But this is actually going to be the Gettysburg Address. Now, this address is one of the most famous statements of national purpose in American history. This speech was done by U.S. President at the time, Abraham Lincoln, during the American Civil War at the dedication of the Soldiers' National Cemetery here in Gettysburg on November 19th, 1863, 4.5 months after the Battle of Gettysburg. It is one of the best-known speeches in American history. So Abraham Lincoln, in his crafted address, need to be seen as one of the most influential statements of national purpose in American history. And in just 271 words, beginning with the now famous phrase, 87 years ago, referencing the signing of the Declaration of Independence, 87 years earlier. Basically, for those who don't know, score is 20. So 4 score is 80. And then 7 is 87. That's basically what it is. Lincoln described the U.S. as a nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the purpose that all men are created equal, and represented the Civil War as a test that would determine whether such a nation, the Union, sundered by the secession crisis, could endure. He extolled the sacrifice of those who died at Gettysburg in defense of those principles, and exhorted his listeners to resolve that the dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Now, here's the thing, though. The exact wording is kind of disputed, and there are only 5 known manuscripts of the entire address in Lincoln's hand, and they all differ in details. This was actually the picture we saw here on the slideshow is actually one of the only 2 confirmed pictures of the entire event. Gonna AFK for a few. No worries, Flox. But yeah, there are all sorts of different copies as well. But we have the entirety of the speech as well. So basically, the text says like this: 7 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation, or any nation so conceived and so dedicated, can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who gave their lives that the nation might live. It is although fitting and proper that we should do this, but in a larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hollow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggle here, have consecrated it, far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little note nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. It is us for the living, rather to be dedicated here to the unfinished work, which they who fought here have so far nobly advanced. It is rather for us to have dedicated here to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion for that cause which they give their last full measure of devotion. That we here highly resolve those that are these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation, under God, shall give a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from this earth. That is from the text from the Gettysburg Address, from Abraham Lincoln himself, has actually done it himself. So yeah, this is the Gettysburg Address for all those who want to know the full text. So yeah. And the legacy of this still lasts much in American culture even to today. As a massively important event in American history, and is referred to lots of pop words and cultures, and it remains among the most famous speeches in American history. In fact, it's even referenced in another iconic speech done by Martin Luther King, I Have a Dream speech, when he stood atop the Lincoln Memorial. So definitely a very cool thing. So we should be approaching the battlefield pretty shortly. Be approaching the Gettysburg battlefield. So we get to visit Gettysburg. So we see Gettysburg ahead of us. Very iconic Civil War battlefield. And we all get to honor American history. So, something about the Civil War, funnily enough. The Civil War still remains among the bloodiest, it's still the bloodiest war in American history. as 616,000 to a million plus people were dead in the Civil War, which included not just the casualties of the Union and Confederate soldiers, but also the civilians as well. And it still remains one of the most written about episodes in the history of the United States, and it's still a massive cultural debate even to this day about the Civil War. Of course, there's a particular interest in the myth of the Lost Cause Confederacy, which is still a major issue even to this day in the South. But basically, here's the funny thing about a lot of the casualties. In fact, of all the Union deaths during the war, more Union men were killed by disease than by killing in action. Following enough, disease was actually the bigger victim of this. So, pretty big stuff. The Civil War is still a massive deal into this day. So we're now approaching Gettysburg. So we're flying over the Gettysburg National Battlefield. So this here is the Gettysburg National Park, military park, and this would give you quite an idea of the battlefield that the people in the Civil War have actually fought through. So yeah, this is the Gettysburg National Park, and here's downtown Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, flying over the National Cemetery. So this will just give you the scale of what Gettysburg looked like in all the areas they had to actually battle. Oh, Genuine Sim just rated my stream with 3. Minus all the roads and buildings. Yes, yeah, unfortunately. But Genuine Sim with the raid. Thank you so much for the raid. 2 raids today. I hope you're doing well, Genuine Sim and Genuine Sim viewers. I hope you had a great stream. This is Fight for Strike 95 here. It's great to have all you guys here today. This is my July 4th special stream. We will be covering all sorts of American history, all throughout various periods of history. We took off here from Norfolk. We flew from there to DC, and now we're heading to Philadelphia. We're currently in Gettysburg, and we'll be heading to my next destination here at Valley Forge, where we're taking the we're going to be visiting the camp that actually George Washington stayed in, and learn more about it. Genuine said thank you so much. So yeah, we're doing all about history tour of Independence Day, but we're also visiting many historic battles, other sites as well, because I want to honor all sorts of American history, and I felt the East Coast with all of its history is perfect. So if you guys want to join along, so here's our route for today. Today's route, let me quite a bit, a little bit. There she goes. So today, we took off here from Norfolk. We got to see downtown Norfolk and the USS Wisconsin. Flew across all the way to Yorktown to talk about the Yorktown battlefield. Then we visited Williamsburg and Jamestown, the first permanent settlements in the Americas for the British, the English. Visited Fredericksburg. Then we got to see Mount Vernon, a new P-wide landmark. Got to see Joint Base Andrews, home of Air Force One. Made our first stop here at Ronald Reagan National Airport. Then we got to visit some of the DC landmarks like the Pentagon, Lincoln Memorial, White House, and the U.S. State Capitol, U.S. Capitol. Visited Annapolis, the Naval Academy. Flew over Baltimore from Fort McHenry. And we're currently right now in Gettysburg. We're going to be planning on heading next is Valley Forge National Historical Park. This is where George Washington spent his time camping. So yeah. The closest airport is, yes, Papa Sierra 25. So yeah, we have a very big thing going today. This one's going to be one of my longest streams. So appreciate it, guys, for coming along. I mean, it's pretty crazy all you guys coming here. So this is awesome. And every single stream, I'll be doing one of these. These are basically slideshows. I do these every single week. It's part of my academic background. And as a main researcher for the Two-Tone Murphy community. So today we're going to be going over Independence Day, guys. This is the U.S. Independence Day. Today on July 4th. It is a major federal holiday in the U.S. and it commemorates the Declaration of Independence, which I covered earlier, showing why that the 13 colonies broke off from the British, establishing the U.S. The founding father delegates the Second Continental Congress declared that the 13 colonies were no longer subject and surrendered to the monarch of Britain, King George III, and were now united, free, and independent states. However, Independence Day is commonly associated with fireworks, parades, barbecues, carnivals, baseball games, political speeches, and ceremonies, along with celebrating the history, government, and traditions of the U.S. It is also the National Day of the United States. So it's celebrated every single year as a proud American tradition. So in fact, here's a funny thing about some of the background of July 4th. Of all the people who signed the Declaration of Independence, only 2 became presidents. It was Thomas Jefferson and John Adams. And here's the funny thing is, both guys actually died on the same day, July 4th, 1826. Yes, they both died on July 4th, 1826. Both two U.S. presidents. Pretty crazy. And then and James Monroe, who was another founding father of the U.S., also died on July 4th. So 3 presidents died on July 4th. And in fact, there's only one U.S. president born on July 4th. Calvin Coolidge was born here as well. It's pretty interesting stuff. So there's actually certain customs. If you're not American and you want to learn some of the customs here of July 4th into America and you want to learn our customs, here's a couple things you need to learn about. Obviously, like a lot of national days, there's a lot of patriotic displays here, and many of them often take place here and outdoors. And many politicians even make it a point to celebrate at a public event the heritage, laws, history, and the people of the United States. And because it's a federal holiday, all non-essential federal institutions are closed, such as postal service and federal courts. While the legal holiday remains on July 4th, if it happens to be a Saturday or Sunday, then government employees would instead take the day off. Now, families often celebrate Independence Day by hosting or attending a picnic or barbecue because of the days off, or meet with relatives and friends. There's lots of different decorations, and most of them are generally colored red, white, and blue, the colors of the American flag. They often do lots of parades, get together, and fireworks. Now, Independence Day fireworks are often accompanied by lots of patriotic songs, including the American national anthem, Star Spangled Banner, God Bless America, America the Beautiful, Yankee Doodle, Lift Every Voice and Sing, and occasionally Hail Columbia as well. Now, you better be careful about firework safety for private use, though. Now, in the military base, if you ever visit any capable military base, there's a salute of one gun for each state. So there is a state salute to the Union. In this case, a salute of 50 guns would be used on military base. Now, the largest fireworks display is here in New York City, with more than 22 tons of pyrotechnics, sponsored by Macy's in 2009. But there's lots of other displays like Seattle, San Diego, Boston, Philadelphia, and Washington, D.C. In fact, one of the largest fireworks displays in North America is the Windsor-Detroit International Freedom Festival, here between Windsor and Detroit. And of course, this place is also extremely busy for travel. In fact, I actually had to travel during July 4th weekend to get home, so I know how busy that area can really get for travel. So yeah, do understand that, okay? Now, you see, July 4th isn't just celebrated here in the US either. You see, July 4th is also the day the Philippines celebrates Republic Day, which is when the US recognized Philippine independence. And it became known as Republic Day that celebrated the Americans giving the Philippines their independence. So, yep, that is going to be... Jimi Hendrix had quite the rendition of the national anthem in the 1960s. Yep, he did. Woodstock was pretty crazy, to say the least, was Woodstock. Very crazy, very crazy stuff at Woodstock. Pretty insane stuff. So we're now approaching over 3 hours. This is insane. I mean, what an insane day for all you guys. It's pretty nuts. So we're now approaching quite a bit. To our left, all the way back into the left, is where Harrisburg's at. That's the capital, Pennsylvania, to our left. Oh, does anyone fly the Milvis U-10 of the... Oh, I don't have it, unfortunately, for it all. I wish I had it, but I don't have it, unfortunately. Though I've heard wonderful things about both planes. But man, this is just awesome. So here's York, Pennsylvania. To our left is the little town of York. To our left. It's actually a small city here in Pennsylvania. It's called York. Just look that up. It's the 11th largest city here in Pennsylvania. It is well known for its historic state fair, which actually it claims to be the country's oldest state fair. Is actually held here. It traces back to 1765. And it's also hosted many musical artists, including the bands Alabama, Carrie Underwood, Toby Keith, and Leonard Skinner, all performed at the York State Fair. So this is York. See, out of the 310, it's great, rough to land. Yeah, it is kind of a rough plane to land, to be honest. It's a tricky plane to kind of land. Me. Like, but that also shows that Milviz absolutely takes all their quality really seriously. Also, here's a funny thing about York too. I just looked it up. I finally realized. You see, the Articles of Confederation were passed actually here in York. And for guys who don't know what the Articles of Confederation are, there basically was the agreement of the 13 states that served as the first frame of government. I forgot to actually talk about the Articles of Confederation. Crap. Basically, the Articles of Confederation were basically an agreement as the first frame of government between each of the different 13 states. A guiding principle was to establish the independence and sovereignty of the state, and as a result, the Confederation argues for a weak central government. However, there are some major issues with the Articles of Confederation, as it wasn't strong enough to handle any of some of the rebellions, like the Shays Rebellion as well. And this led to changes of the Articles of Confederation, and that trade eventually became replaced by the new current Constitution of the U.S., which will happen, which I'll talk about later. But the committee to draft this was made by individuals like John Dixon, Samuel Adams, Button Gwinnett, Thomas Nelson, and Francis Hopkinson as well. So that is a bit about it as well. There's 13 different articles, including asserts the sovereignty of each state, the purpose of the Confederation, to establish friendship, one vote in the Congress for each state, only the central government may declare war or conduct foreign political and commercial relations. The state, whenever its armies raise for common defense, they assign the ranks of colonel below. The expenditures would be paid with the funds by the state legislators. Powers by the U.S. Congress assembled, give it all sorts of different powers. And it affirms that the Confederation will honor all bills of credit and engagements clause. So yeah, that's kind of been some of the things to notify. However, it just wasn't that effective as there were some major issues with the Confederation. And that's what led it to be replaced. Okay, guys, I'm going to be heading to the restroom, so I'll be back in about a little bit. So I'll go ahead and leave the sim running a little bit. I'm back. I also have Wednesday Firefly Air Operations in his file logs. You can see post reviews on Twitch. Absolutely. Yep, I do all of those things as well. Alright. Let's get back into the cockpit for today. So we're going to talk about the next thing. So let's talk about Valley Forge for a bit. So this is where we're going to be heading next. We're going to be hitting there pretty soon, actually. So what exactly is Valley Forge? Well, this was actually the third of the 8 winter encampments here by the Continental Army, commanded by George Washington. It was actually here in Valley Forge, Pennsylvania. They had to actually go here because when the British captured Philadelphia, they had to actually escape the British capture. So the Congress fled here. So he led his 12,000-man army here into the winter quarters here, 18 miles northwest of Philly, and they remained there for 6 months, from December 19, 1777 to June 19, 1778. At Valley Forge, they struggled to manage a disastrous supply crisis while retraining and reorganizing their units. Of those 12,000 men, 1,700 to 2,000 of them died from disease, exacerbated by a lot of the malnutrition. That was a problem here. Today, Valley Forge National Historical Park protects and preserves over 3,500 acres of the encampment site. So we got to actually see some of the winter quarters. So Washington picked this area from the suggestions of his officers and the recommendations of the politicians. They built a lot of them here at Valley Forge. They took a lot of construction to do it. A lot of them were log hut, made of logs and all that to create the huts. And it became the first of the large-scale construction of living quarters for the Continental Army. While no account exists for the number of log huts built, they said experts have been managed to between 1,300 and 1,600 different structures made from logs. They faced a lot of supply challenges here. For example, it also killed like 1,500 of their horses for home supplies. And Washington had he didn't have a way to feed or adequately clothe soldiers. And all the food began to rot. And combined that with transportation problems, a lot of them died of malnutrition. While the winter wasn't particularly harsh, they were unfit for duty due to disease, lack of proper clothing and uniform. And there was lots of disease. And the major disease that really hurt the Americans during this time was typhoid and dysentery were pretty bad through the contaminated food. Scabies was a big thing, which is rash from mites. And of course, influenza, typhus. So yeah, that's a bit about Valley Forge. He has a Discord channel. Exactly. Definitely go check out the Discord. For all mention it. I do city tours on Sundays usually. I'm not going to do a city tour this week. It's going to be next Sunday, not this Sunday, but next one. Death and disease often claim more lives than battle. Yes. That's been a lot of cases throughout history. Like, disease is such a massive issue. Yeah, the purpose of rose buttons and sleeve shirt was to prevent soldiers from wiping their nose on their sleeve. Yep. Hey, Martel! Good to have you here, Martel172. Great to have you here. Some engineers claim that mountain sanitation is important as medical care to public health. Yes, absolutely. Happy 4th of July, Martel. Thanks a lot. Happy 4th for the United States. We had quite a journey today, Martel. We took off from Norfolk. We visited Yorktown and Colonial Triangle. We got to visit Washington, D.C., Baltimore. We just went past Gettysburg, and we're now currently heading our way to Valley Forge and into the city of Philadelphia. So yeah, nice and slow flight. And we get to learn all about American history. This would be the perfect stream to help learn all about American history. Maybe I should take something faster. I guess maybe I should have known, but maybe I should have took something a little faster. I feel like I want to take something a little faster. Maybe I can upgrade to a faster kit box, maybe. But maybe this would be just fine. Yeah, perfect route for today. Yep. We get to visit all the American historical stuff. I really definitely enjoyed doing all the flight. So, and then we can talk about the historical part here. This is where it's currently now preserved here at the Valley Forge National Historical Park, the site of the Third Winter Encampment. This park is 3,500 acres and is visited by more than 1.2 million people per year. Originally, it was known as Valley Forge State Park, but it became a National Historical Park in 1976 to celebrate the bicentennial. It contains many historical buildings, recreated encampment structures, memorials, museums, and more. Over 1.2 million people visit here per year. Like iconic log hunts, monuments, visitor center, walking tours, and more. There's also lots of hiking and biking trails too. So all sorts of really cool areas. So yeah, we get to actually visit Valley Forge. Let's see who's here. Tom is here in the, I think in the Savage Gravel. XBMF Smurf, P28R. But I felt like the kit box would be the free box is a very appropriate plane for today. Considering, I could catch you. I'm just slow flying. No worries. Like, this is a nice chilled stream, and no worries about that. This is a nice chilled out stream today. I mean, nothing else better to do on July 4th than to be here with you guys. mean, this area is definitely very nice to fly over. We have, okay, we have 35% more fuel. Um, I need to turn on strobe lights, nav lights. I guess we can turn on the wig. We get to see Valley Forge. Make our way to Philadelphia. So about some interesting stuff about Valley Forge, Pennsylvania. Now, Valley Forge, I didn't have any information about that, but this town is actually on this west side of the historical park. It's actually nearby another place called King of Prussia during this time. It's known by travelers in the Philadelphia area as well. And of course, nearby should be the King of Prussia. It was named after. It actually took the unusual name for the King of Prussia Inn, which was named after Frederick the Great. It features one of the largest shopping malls in the U.S., which the King of Prussia Mall. And of course, there's even a Lockheed facility here, Lockheed Martin facility here. Just very nice and relaxing today. Then once we get through Valley Forge, we'll be making our way over to the city of Philadelphia, which should take about 15 miles, and then we can make our land in Philly. The beautiful city of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Just an incredible, what a great journey today. I'm really happy for all the people who attended the stream. Hey, Stewie. So, we should be approaching Valley Forge soon. Loving the stream. Always ending my workday with a long stream is always good. Thanks. Yeah, definitely appreciate it. I like the relaxingness of the stream too. I mean, a great way to celebrate July 4th with a nice relaxing stream. Nearly 6 p.m. here in Portugal. Oh, cool. I actually flew into Portugal, Stewie, a long while ago. Portugal is beautiful. The Azores and all that. Fantastic places to fly. But yeah, we should get to the more exciting history stuff, because we're gonna, after we get past Valley Forge, we're gonna head to Philadelphia. We're gonna head our way to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We get to explore Independence National Historical Park. We get to visit all the locations, like the Liberty Bell. That would be fantastic to fly over. So, by the way, if you guys want to catch up to my streams, I do have a Discord. I also do have a YouTube as well, for the other platform for tracking down my other channel stuff. Just nice and peaceful. Definitely something I would want to have. So here it is. We're approaching Valley Forge now. So we can see, and look right here to our right. So right here is all Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I have to go in a little bit. Thanks for the stream, keeping us entertained. No problem, Stewie. I'm more than happy to entertain you guys on a great stream. Enjoy the rest of your 4th. Thank you so much, Stewie. I hope to see you again on stream soon. I really, really appreciate you showing up. So here's Valley Forge. We're going to fly over it pretty quickly. Man, it's beautiful here in Philadelphia. Oh, look at that. Look at someone in the F-18 go. Oh, the Cap 10. Oh, man, this is great. You guys are so good flying formation, man. People get it so good. Hey, fly Lilo! Yo, Lilo! Zia! Ciao, Leo! Good to have you here. Gracias for coming into my stream today. Guys, if you haven't checked out Fly Lilo, an awesome flight simmer from beautiful Italy. Fly Lilo makes some incredible flight sim content. The fact that Fly Lilo can overcome, he's currently quadriplegic, but he flies that Airbus much better than most of us do. He's so good with it, and he's just incredible. Fly Lilo is a massive inspiration for the community, and for me. I mean, it makes me proud that someone like him could accomplish his dreams to become a flight simulator. Thank you so much. Ciao, Viper. Kumva? Kumva? Yeah, I'm doing great, Lilo. I really appreciate it. So, yeah, today, Lilo, we're actually flying over all the different American landmarks for today. We're currently here in Valley Forge. We're just outside the city of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Earlier today, we covered, well, a lot, actually. So, earlier today, we flew from Norfolk in Virginia. We flew to Yorktown. We visited Williamsburg, Jamestown, the first permanent English settlement. We got to visit Mount Vernon in Washington, D.C., the nation's capital. All the landmarks there. Fort McHenry in Baltimore. We are now just heading past Gettysburg, where the blazed battles in the Civil War. And then we're currently here at Valley Forge. This is where the third of the 8 winter encampments by the Continental Army. And then we'll head to Philadelphia, which is one of the major centers of the pre-revolution era of the United States. Very, very important historical stuff today. And in my slideshow, I did 94 slides on that slideshow. And you know what I did for those? It talked about everything. I had the 13 colonies, the American history, like the Revolutionary War. I covered all of it, made the documents in that war. Like, it's pretty crazy. So here is the Valley Forge National Historical Site down below. So we made our way to Valley Forge. Now, Washington picked this place because it offered a strategic place. So the issue is, yes, this was great for a strategic point, but transporting in the supplies proved to be very, very difficult. Proved to be quite different. Here's the King of Prussia. This is the King of Prussia area. Now, the reason here's the funny reason how that town actually got its name, by the way. For all those who are curious. The reason that town got its name was because it was attracting some of the German mercenaries to fight for the Loyalists. And that name got stuck. So it's kind of weird to see King of Prussia as a town name in the United States. Kind of weird. Oh yeah, the aircraft is beautiful. This aircraft, Lilo, it is the Parallel 42 kit box. This is one of, if you like small bush planes, this is the best one to get. It sounds amazing, tons of liveries, tons of engine options. Low and slow, or you want to go fast, take off a short distance. The plane does everything. It's awesome. And this is the plane used by aviation YouTuber Trent Palmer. Awesome dude. He makes some amazing videos. So we're now heading to the city of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, aka the city the city of brotherly love, from the ancient Greek term beloved, dear, and brother. It's also known as the Athens of America. It is the most populous city in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and the 6th most populous city in the U.S., second in the northeastern U.S. It was founded in 1682 by William Penn, an English Quaker, the one who founded the Pennsylvania colony. This city went on to play an historic and vital role as the central meeting place for the founding fathers and inspired the American Revolution. It's hosted the First Continental Congress following the Tea Party. It preserved the iconic Liberty Bell, and it was even where they hosted the Second Continental Congress for the Declaration of Independence. Philadelphia remained the nation's largest city until 1790 when it was passed by New York, and it was actually the nation's first capital from 1775 to December 12, 1776. And it was also the capital from 1790 to 1800 while Washington, D.C. was constructed. During the 19th and 20th centuries, Philadelphia became a major industrial center and railroad hub. Its jobs attracted a lot of European immigrants, mainly from Ireland and Germany. It's also known as a major education and research hub thanks to its many universities, like University of Pennsylvania. It was also home to many U.S. firsts, including the first library, hospital, medical school, capitol, some accounts university, stock exchange, zoo, and business school. And the city contains 67 National Historic Landmarks, including the Independence Hall. And in 2015, Philly becomes the first U.S. city to be named for the Organization of World Heritage Cities. Yes, Philadelphia. It has so many historic areas about Philly. Thanks for the info. No words. But yeah, I'm gonna do a city tour of Philadelphia at some point and talk more about Philly. This place is rich in history, and then we're gonna make our second stop here at Philadelphia International Airport. Kilo Papa Hotel Lima. It is the busiest airport here in Pennsylvania, serving 31.7 million passengers annually. It's the 21st busiest airport in the country. It is a hub for American Airlines. It serves 500 daily departures to more than 130 destinations worldwide. 22 airlines use this. It's the 5th largest hub for American Airlines. It offers services to the U.S., Canada, Caribbean, Latin America, Europe, and the Middle East. They fly all sorts of places here, from Amsterdam to Cancun, Dublin, London Heathrow, Paris, Rome. They serve all sorts of services from America. They fly to all those locations and more. Just a very, very important airport here in Philadelphia, especially if you're in the Northeast. Oh yeah. Here's something else. Friendall, yes, Philly cheesesteak sandwich. Yes, the cheesesteak. Very popular in Philadelphia. Philadelphia is rich in all sorts of things. Absolutely, Philadelphia, also known as its hoagies, stromboli, roast porchetta sandwiches, Irish potato candy, tasty cakes. All of it was known for its iconic foods. Cheesesteaks are a massive deal. It's also home to the Reading Terminal Market in 1893. Is one of the oldest and largest markets in the country, hosting lots of Pennsylvania Dutch specialties like artisan cheese and meat. Also, Philadelphia is home to quite a few sports teams, including currently the Philadelphia Phillies baseball team, the Eagles of the NFL, the Philadelphia Flyers and 76ers both play at the Wells Fargo Center, and home to the Philadelphia Union of Major MLS. And Philadelphia fans of Philly are definitely very passionate and pretty mean too, especially if you're watching the Eagles play. It's also home to other college teams as well. It's home to 5 collegiate basketball programs: LaSalle, Pennsylvania University, St. Joseph's, Temple, and Villanova, which represents the Big 5 of basketball. So Philadelphia is a major place. for all sorts of stuff. Yeah, the Museum of Art was actually the land. It was used for the movie Rocky. Absolutely. We're not going to be flying over that today, but we are going to visit Independence Hall and all that area. Yeah, Eagles fans once drew it as Santa Claus. Yeah, that is why Eagles fans are so mean, friends all. That's why Eagles fans are the meanest in professional sports. I mean, most fans would never throw. Yeah, Aries. You're right, Aries. Why would. I mean. Eagle fans are so mean they threw balls at Santa Claus. Really, what kind of person wants to throw snowballs at Santa? Is it a big city skyline on the left? Yes, it is. At least you're sending me on a journey. Yeah, that's what my stream is. Everything. My music sends me on a journey. We're gonna have lots of fun. Just have a good, easy time. Have a great, relaxing stream. It's not the whole serious stream, but I try and find a way to make academics a little fun, and probably to learn more about Philadelphia. So I'm gonna go ahead and save the engine. Yeah, there are actually 4 runways. The longest of which is 09 right at 10,000 feet. Then the one we're gonna land is 09 left, which is around 9,000 feet of runway. Plane of space. Oh, Lincoln Field is where the Eagles play. Yes, yes. And you know why, Aries? Because Eagles fans are rude. Like most NFL fan bases aren't that rude, but Eagles fans. Yeah, you're a rare exception. You're very rude. And speaking of which, Aries, you would like my baseball series back then. I need to probably find a way to bring back the series for a little bit. Maybe just have an updated thing as well. Okay. We should get the landing here soon. Look at that. Someone in a Boeing 787 Dreamliner. And we're about to land. Oh. Okay, I go to eat. Maybe see you later. A big avertisi from Italy. Thank you so much for coming, Lilo. So we made it. We made our way across here. Welcome to Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love. Philly, baby. So there will be a small stop, and then we'll be heading our way. Arrivederci is goodbye, for all in the Italian language. So welcome to Philly. You get a nice view of the Philadelphia skyline when you land here. See, Tom? So, do you think I should probably take something a bit faster for this trip? Maybe do a poll. So, I guess maybe I should take something a little faster for the next 2 legs of the trip. Maybe I should take the NX Cub or something a little faster. Something at least go 130 knots. Awesome first leg. This is not my first leg, this is actually my second one. So, now we're going to go for, okay, we're going to go ahead and go to the nav map again. So, for leg number 3, yes, this is a multi-leg journey. We're going to travel from Philadelphia, fly around Independence National Historical Park. And from there, we're going to then visit, we're going to visit the Washington Crossing, where George Washington famously crossed the Delaware River. We're going to do a short stop to Trenton Mercer Airport. And then from there, we'll be heading our way to Bradley International. So that would be on leg number 3. This would be a bit of a shorter leg. So I'm going to get back. And I'm going to do what I do. Hey, Eric Flight! Eric! Oh my goodness, Eric Flight. Great to have you here, Eric. Eric Flight does a lot of flight sim stuff. I think you're having one of your streams later today, Eric. So yeah, Eric Flight does all sorts of really cool streams, like I do. Okay, he maybe is nearly as cool as me, but Eric Flight does a lot of really cool flight sim stuff. He's doing his own American independent stream, but definitely check out Eric Flight, a good friend of the community. He's actually a good friend for many of the communities here. But definitely check out him. He's a good guy. So we're going to go up in the air. So we're going to actually go down to around 1,000 feet. So we're going to visit quite a few areas. There's particularly a few areas that are worth absolutely visiting. So there's quite a few areas in Philly that are definitely worth visiting. It has been a long time. So first we're going to visit Independence National Historic Park, located here in Philadelphia. This historic district is fairly protected with many historic sites. It's 55 acres, and it visits some of the most historic sites within the Old City Society Hill neighborhoods. It's nicknamed as America's most historic mile. It's home to, there are 2 major centerpieces of the park. Independence Hall, which is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and the Liberty Bell. But there's also include other things, like the First Bank of the U.S., the City Tavern, and the Betsy Ross House, where they built the American flag. All of those are actually here, all throughout the park. So let's talk about Independence Hall, shall we? This is the place where the U.S. Constitution was signed, and the Declaration of Independence were both signed here, which is actually a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1979. It was constructed in 1753 as the Pennsylvania State House. It served as the capital until the state capital was moved to Lancaster in 1799. It is most famous for the Second Continental Congress. in the site of the Constitutional Convention. There was a convention held in 1950 by William Howard Taft, which led to the rise of the League of Nations, and eventually the UN a quarter of a century later. So Independence Hall, very famous place as well, and it's been preserved to this day. It's now been federally protected, and they did a great job preserving the place. It's also featured in the 1989 film A More Perfect Union, which portrays the events of the Constitutional Convention, and it's featured on the back of the $100 bill. And this is the Constitutional Convention. A little bit about that. The Constitutional Convention took place here in Philadelphia. From May 25th to September 17th, 1787, although it was originally intended to revise the Articles of Confederation, the intention was to actually build a new set of government, one that would be much stronger. But it was basically between two major things, and these are different. And the two different plans were mentioned by by Madison's blueprints. There were two major things they had to discuss. Basically, it was either there was lots of different debates in the framers of the Constitutional Convention. It was basically between two major plans. Either James Madison's Virginia plan. There was the New Jersey plan from William Patterson. There was a lot of different debates on how this worked. This included all sorts of debates, like slavery thing, federal supremacy, judges, and all that sort of stuff. But all this led to was the United States Constitution. I'm going to go ahead and stop. I didn't want to go too far ahead of my original. And all this basically was tons of compromises. It took the Connecticut Compromise to gain acceptance, and it took more compromises to eventually create the U.S. Constitution. And basically what the U.S. signing happened in Independence Hall in 1787. And the language of the endorsement was unanimous in hopes to and that led to the U.S. Constitution. Basically, for those who don't know what the U.S. Constitution is, in the Constitutional Amendment, the U.S. Constitution is the current U.S. Constitution still here in the U.S.? It is the supreme law of the U.S. It superseded the weaker Articles of Confederation. It originally comprised 7 articles. It delineates the natural frame of the U.S. government, including the first 3 being the separation of powers between the legislative with Congress, the executive, which is the president, and the judicial of the Supreme Court. The Articles 4, 5, and 6 embody the concept of federalism, describing the rights and responsibility of the state governments, the states in relationship to the federal government, and the shared process of constitutional amendment. And Article 7 establishes the procedure used by the 13 states to ratify it. It is regarded as the oldest written and codified national constitution in force anywhere in the world. Since it came into force in 1789, it has been amended 27 times. Yes, 27 amendments, including one that was repealed a previous amendment. And that amendment was actually the Prohibition Amendment. And according to the U.S. Senate, the Constitution of 3 words, we the people affirm that the government of the U.S. exists to serve its citizens. For over 2 centuries, the Constitution remained in force because its framers wisely separated and balanced government powers to safeguard the interest of majority rule and minority rights. So, yeah, this Constitution is extremely important. It definitely makes the U.S. definitely much more American. So we're going to go right here. So we're going to, and that will be the American Constitution. we should be seeing Independence Hall there soon. We'll definitely catch a picture and show you guys what that looked like. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty nice journey. We're about 270 nautical miles away from the end of our journey. Okay. There's Washington Square. We'll definitely catch a picture at Independence Hall. Now, in the City Tour series, I'm going to be even more in depth than this. So, we'll be going even slower, but we'll get even more depth. Here. There we go. Here she is. There is Independence Hall. Right here is Independence Hall. This is where the U.S. Constitution has been signed. Right here. You all guys take a good look at this, because it's one of the most important buildings here in American history. It's an interesting approach to not change the Constitution but add amendments. It is. Absolutely. So here's Independence Hall. Very beautiful landmark. Around this Independence Hall includes the right here, this building here. This building here houses the famous Liberty Bell. And for guys who don't know what the Liberty Bell is, this used to be the old State House bell. It was commissioned in 1751, and apparently, the crack on that bell actually occurred somewhere in the 19th century. Apparently, it cracked after the death of Chief Justice John Marshall. And it became very popular. So, it's a very popular tourist attraction here in Philadelphia about the Liberty Bell. So, here's the rest of Independence Hall. So we see all the different houses, flying over each of them. This is all this whole district. It's all old buildings, iconic landmarks. All of these areas are very famous American landmarks. Like I said, I'll definitely check out more of these areas for the City Tour series. That's usually on Sundays, but there will be no City Tour flight on Sunday because I still have the Japan adventure I still gotta complete. But I mean, look at this. This is the city of Philadelphia. Welcome to the skyline of Philly. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and turn to the right. The right. So, okay, Martel. So, if you want to know how the Constitution amendments work, so in order for an amendment to be proposed and sent to the states, either the U.S. Congress does so by a 2/3 majority in both the Senate and House of Representatives, or a national convention called by Congress, on the application of the legislatures of 2/3 of a state, though that option has never been used for an amendment. In order for it to become a constitutional amendment, it must be ratified by 3/4 of the states by either by the legislatures of the 3/4 states or the state ratified conventions. In fact, the only amendment that is ratified through state convention has been the 21st Amendment in 1933. However, that amendment was the only one to repeal an earlier amendment, the 18th Amendment, which prohibited alcohol during that time. So if you guys want to know about the U.S. amendments, here's all 27 amendments. The First Amendment was the first amendments were the first 10 amendments that were ratified in the Constitution. The first 10, which is the Bill of Rights. The First Amendment is the protection of the freedom of religion, speech, press, freedom of assembly, and the right to petition the government. The Second Amendment, and this one's been controversial in the news these days, but it protects the right to keep and bear arms. It's one of the most fundamental rights. And that one's also gotten a lot of, political stuff going on. The Third Amendment is the restricts a quartering of soldiers in private homes. And while we don't really see that amendment very much modern days, I mean, it was there because of the Quartering Act during that time. They didn't want that again. The Fourth Amendment prohibits unreasonable searches and seizures and sets out requirements for search warrants based on probable cause. Amendment number 5, the Fifth Amendment, sets out the rules for indictment by grand jury in eminent domain, protects the rights to due process, and prohibits self-incrimination and double jeopardy. The Sixth Amendment protects the right to a speedy trial by jury, to notify of criminal accusations, to confront the accuser, to obtain witnesses, and to retain counsel. The Seventh Amendment provides the right to a jury trial in civil lawsuits. The Eighth Amendment prohibits excessive fines and excessive bail, as well as cruel and unusual punishment. The Ninth Amendment states that rights not inherent in the Constitution are retained by the people. And the 10th and final amendment of the Bill of Rights states the federal government possesses only those powers delegated or enumerated to it through the Constitution, and that other powers are reserved to the states or to the people. So those are the Bill of Rights. These are the first 10 amendments in the Constitution. So outside of those first 10, there have been 17 other amendments that have been passed. The first new amendment that was passed, the 11th, that was ratified on February 7th, 1795, makes states immune from suits from out-of-state citizens and foreigners, lays the foundation for state sovereign immunity. The 12th, in 1804, revises presidential election procedures by having the president and vice president elected together, as opposed to the vice president being the runner-up in the presidential election. The 13th, which was in 1865, on December 6th, abolishes slavery and involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime. The 14th was passed on June 9th, 1868, defines citizenships, contains the Privileges and Immunities Clause, the Due Process Clause, and the Equal Protection Clause. It deals with the post-Civil War issues. The 15th was in 1870, prohibits the denials of the right to vote based on race, color, or previous condition of servitude. The 16th permits Congress to levy an income tax without appropriating for various states. That was in 1913. The 17th establishes the direct election of U.S. senators by popular vote. Now, the 18th Amendment was prohibited the manufacture of selling alcohol within the U.S., but that was repealed by the 21st Amendment. The 19th Amendment prohibits the denial of the right to vote based on sex, which is the women's right to vote, women's suffrage. The 20th changes the terms, dates of which the terms of president and vice president begin and end. The 22nd Amendment limits the number of terms a president can be elected. Previously, presidents could serve as many terms as they want, but the 22nd actually limits the numbers. The 23rd Amendment actually gains the DC electors in the Electoral College. 14th prohibits the revocation of voting rights due to the non-payment of a poll tax. The 25th Amendment addresses the secession of the presidency. That was due to after the death of JFK. 26 prohibits the denial of rights of U.S. citizens to vote on account of age. And the 27th and most recent amendment in 1992 delays laws affecting congressional salary from taking effect until the after of representatives election. So basically, those are all the 27 amendments to the United States Constitution. So yeah, now you guys actually got to learn something about the United States amendments. Definitely pretty cool. Mm-hmm. Alright, so we're going to be headed to Washington Crossing. We're going to be near about this event. This very famous event happened in... This here is actually a painting from 1851 about him crossing the Delaware. But this actual event occurred in December 25th, 1776. And this was a first move of the major surprise attack organized by George Washington against the forces of Hassan in Trenton, New Jersey. This was planned in partial secrecy, so he actually took a column of his American troops, his Continental Army troops, across the icy Delaware River in a logistically challenging, dangerous operation. And because of this move, it allowed Washington to surprise and defeat the British troops, in the Battle of Trenton. In fact, the communities of Washington Crossing, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey were named in honor of the event. And the legacy, the legacy of this is still massive. In fact, this led to the artist Emmanuel Lucy, and he created his most famous painting, the Washington Crossing the Delaware painting, which we see here in the slide. Now, the original unfortunately, the original painting was actually destroyed in World War II. Though he did paint two more versions, which is now one in New York and the other one in the West Wing of DC. In April 2022, Christie's announced that a smaller painting of the two would be sold in auction. It was estimated to be sold between 15 and 20 million, but the painting actually sold for, get this, $43 million for a painting. $43 million for this painting here. Pretty crazy stuff. So we get to actually see the river crossing, which is awesome. So, yeah, there it goes. And then right next to the crossing is Trenton Mercer Airport. See that over there to your right? That is Mercer Airport, the main airport that serves Trenton. Um, it's mainly served by Frontier Airlines to all sorts of destinations around the east. It's currently a pretty fast growing airport. It's the 5th fastest growing airport in 2018, and it's going to continue to grow as more people actually live here. So there's Trenton. I'm going to go ahead and disable the autopilot. Dinner's ready. You'll be back. No worries, Martel. Yeah, and then we can make our first quick. We're gonna just take a tiny stop and get back in the air. Visit Trenton, New Jersey, and then we'll make our big flight across New York City through Manhattan. Thanks for the overview of the amendments. No worries. Yeah, it's important for even the non-Americans to learn a few things. Like, our country has got certain things that I think more people should learn. So for the runway, guys, we are going to land on runway 16. So we're going to land at the smaller runway. This would be a quick stop before we head back. Quick stop before we head. It's nearly 5 hours, man. This is insane. So welcome to Trenton, New Jersey. So we're in Trenton, guys. We're at the capital of New Jersey. In Trenton. Welcome. Beautiful area today. Good firm landing. Not bad. Welcome to Trenton, New Jersey. Welcome. Welcome to New Jersey, guys. So I'll be taking a quick stop here for a sec. So we have a beautiful view of Trenton, New Jersey in front of us. So yeah, but this is Trenton Mercer Airport in New Jersey. So let's get ready for the next leg of the flight plan. This one is going to be the penultimate leg of our trip. This one's going to be pretty cool. So from here, we're going to travel down from Trenton Mercer We're going to be flying through quite a few areas. We're going to be flying near Princeton University, one of the prestigious universities in the country, one of the Ivy Leagues. We get to visit Rutgers University, and then we're going to be visiting New York City. We're going to visit the Statue of Liberty, Ellis Island, the One World Trade Center, Empire State Building, the UN headquarters, Times Square, all of Central Park, and Yankee Stadium is where we're going to be visiting New York. Go through across that, and then we go all the way down to Hartford. We get to visit Pratt and Whitney, where they make all sorts of airplane engines. Hartford, and then we make our second to last stop here at Bradley International, the main international airport in one of the two main airports here in the New England area. So this should be very enjoyable. And we're going to go ahead and get back into the cockpit. We only got 2 more to go. And we'll finally get this journey completed. So 3,000 feet. Look at that, we're already off. This thing has insane takeoff. Okay. I mean, this plane's a takeoff and climb machine. So let's talk about Trenton, New Jersey. Trenton is the capital of New Jersey. It is the 4th largest city in the state of New Jersey. It's actually the 10th largest municipality in New Jersey, surprisingly. It dates back all the way to 1719 on June 3rd as a constable. It quickly became a pretty important place. In the 1800s. It was named after William Trent, a merchant trader in the 18th century. Now here is downtown Trenton to our central left. Here's Trenton. I mean, what a great stream, guys. I still want to thank all the people who stuck around for my stream. It's really appreciated. Here's downtown Trenton. Down below us is Trenton, New Jersey, the capital. Just right on the banks of the Delaware River. Okay. Now we made our way here. We're gonna be flying through Princeton and New Brunswick, home with Rutgers and Princeton. Just incredible. Definitely do not be afraid to check out my Discord. As usual, I do have a pretty passionate Discord. Got quite a few notable people. So definitely some very important areas here as well. So basically, we're going to be heading to New York City now. So I'm going to go ahead and talk about some of the places we're going to be visiting in New York. Let's go ahead and talk about New York City. I mean, what else to say about New York? First, it is the most densely populated major city in the U.S. and is the most populous city in the country. Urban population is around 8.4 million people, 8.8 million people. Its entire metropolitan area is over 20 million people. New York is one of the world's most populous megacities and is described as the cultural, financial, and media capital of the world. And has a significant influence on commerce, entertainment, research, technology, sports, art. Yeah, it's the world's most photographed city on the planet. It's the headquarters of the UN and is an important center of international diplomacy as a safe haven for global investors. And sometimes it is described as the capital of the world. It's also situated as one of the world's largest natural harbors, covering 36.4% of its surface area. New York is composed of 5 boroughs, including Brooklyn, Queens, Manhattan, the main one we're going to visit, the Bronx, and Staten Island. In fact, if New York was just a country, its GNP is $1.8 trillion, the most of the U.S. And if New York was a country, it would have the world's 8th largest economy. Yes, a city as an economy larger than most countries. I mean, that's insane. Now, the origins of New York trace back to when it was founded by Dutch colonists as New Amsterdam. But the city came in control of the English in 1664 and named it New York. And since it was originally the capital of the U.S. from 1785 to 1790, and has been the largest city in the U.S. since 1790. This area was where most people, where they visited, for immigrants have visited here, seen the Statue of Liberty in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and is a symbol of the U.S. In the 21st century, New York has been known as a global node of creativity, entrepreneurship, and environmental stability, and as a symbol of freedom. And in 2019, New York was voted the greatest city in the world for a survey of 30,000 people in 48 cities worldwide. Its cultural diversity. There are many districts and monuments that are major landmarks, including 3 of the world's top 10 most visited tourist attractions. And in 2019, a record 66.6 million people visited New York. They include Times Square, the Empire State Building, the Statue of Liberty, the Brooklyn Bridge. All of those areas were from New York. A very rich area. And due to its fast pace, it spawned the term the New York Minute. Because this city is such a bustling place, it's probably earned that nickname. Then we got to talk about the Statue of Liberty. Now, this didn't come to the U.S. until the 1800s, but this statue is kind of cool. It's a neoclassical sculpture made of copper. It was actually a gift from the people of France to the people of the U.S. because, you know, France helped the United States gain independence, and the U.S. inspired France for their own French Revolution. It was designed by French sculptor Frederic Auguste Bartholdi, and his metal framework was built by Gustave Eiffel. Which, if you guys don't know about, if that name sounds familiar, his last name sounds familiar because guess what? He was designed by, his company designed the Eiffel Tower, which is the main landmark of France, right? Of Paris, to be exact. Now, the torch-bearing arm was originally displayed at the Centennial Exposition in 1876, and fundraising proves difficult, especially for Americans. However, eventually Joseph Pulitzer created a lot more donations, and thus, it got enough funding to help continue the statue. It was built in France, shipped overseas in crates, and assembled in Bellows Island. It was dedicated in October 28, 1886. And it became an icon of freedom and of the United States. It is still a major tourist attraction still to this day. And it's still a massive icon. Now the statue itself, the height of the copper statue is about 151 feet. But the total height of it, including the pedestal to the torch, is 305 feet. So that's the statue. And as a result, it becomes the most iconic statue in the world. Or at least one of the most iconic. And then we get to Ellis Island, which is right next to it, basically. So Ellis Island is a federally owned island here in New York and New Jersey. And during its heyday, it was the busiest inspection processing station in the U.S. From 1892 to 1954, nearly 12 million immigrants were processed here. And today it is part of the Statue of Liberty National Monument and accessible to the public by only ferry. In the 19th century, it was the site of Fort Gibson, but the fire was destroyed. And during World War I and II, the facilities were also used to detain prisoners of war. Military. However, after the immigration station was closed, it originally was languished for several years, but it was reopened in 1976. So there's that. And then after this, we're going to be visiting the One World Trade Center, which is currently the tallest building in the U.S. and it's the tallest building in the Western Hemisphere, and it's the 7th tallest in the world. It was the main building of the World Trade Center complex that's now been rebuilt. The height of it is the architectural height is 1,776 feet. Kind of fitting 1776, though the tip actually goes all the way to 1,792 feet. This building was it started construction on April 27, 2016, and it was completed in 2013, and it first opened on November 3rd, 2014. Sorry, for a cost of $3.9 billion. They rebuilt it after, 9/11 happened when the two towers of the World Trade Center were destroyed by terrorists. So they managed to rebuild it. The architect is David Childs. He also designed the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest structure, and the Willis Tower. In addition to this as well, there will be 5 high-rise buildings in a National September 11th Memorial Museum as well. So that is the one World Trade Center being built. We have the Empire State Building, the classic skyscraper. Everyone has probably seen the Empire State Building, at least in pictures. But this building was actually a 102-story skyscraper, Art Deco style, designed by Shreve, Lamb, and Harmon, built between 1930 to 1931. Its name was derived from the nickname of New York, the Empire State. With a total height of 1,454 feet, it stood as the world's tallest building until the World Trade Center in 1970. And after the terrorist attacks in 2001, it remained the tallest skyscraper until 2012. As of 2022, it's currently the 7th tallest building in New York City and the 9th tallest skyscraper in the US. Its architecture, height, and observation decks made it a very popular attraction, as around 4 million tourists from around the world visit here annually. And of course, as one of the symbols of New York as an American cultural icon, this building has been featured in more than 250 television shows and movies since King Kong was released in 1933. As a symbol of New York, it has been named as one of the 7 wonders of the modern world by the American Society of Civil Engineers. And it's also a National Historic Landmark, too. So definitely a very beautiful building. We'll definitely check that out. Then we have the UN headquarters, serves as the headquarters of the United Nations. And one of the really cool things about the UN headquarters, this was originally opened back in 1952. It holds the seats of the principal organs of the UN, like the General Assembly and Security Council, but also the except for the International Court of Justice in The Hague. Even though it's in New York, the land occupied by the headquarters is under the sole administration of the UN itself. That means it's extraterritorial through an agreement with the US. So, there's that. The tallest part of the headquarters is about 510 feet as well. And then we got 2 more. Then we got Times Square. Basically, for those who don't know, Times Square is going to be. It's a major commercial intersection here in Manhattan, formed from the junction of Broadway, 7th Avenue, and 42nd Street, and it forms the crossroads of the world. And it's still one of the world's busiest pedestrian areas. And it's, of course, one of the world's most visited tourist attractions. Over 50 million visitors visit Times Square annually. And it's featured all sorts of landmarks here, too. The Coca-Cola sign, Disney store, M&M's World. And there's home to many famous buildings. Next is good old Central Park. Now, it's an urban park here, and it's a model for a lot of urban parks throughout the country. It was actually been around since the 1870s. But this place is around 778 acres. It includes all sorts of landscapes, amusement attractions, formal spaces, and more. It's also home to several hundred species of plants and animals due to its diverse ecosystem, and it makes it a great model for a lot of the urban parks that are still around to this day. And of course, it's also the world's most visited film location. A lot of films have been filmed here at Times Square. And finally, the last place we're going to be visiting here in New York is going to be Yankee Stadium. I mean, it's another baseball stadium, but trust me, with the Yankees being the world's most popular baseball team and one of the world's most popular teams in general, we have to go visit Yankee Stadium, home of the New York Yankees and New York City FC football, for soccer/association football, as some would call it. It opened in 2009 to replace the original Yankee Stadium, and it's the third largest stadium in capacity with a seating capacity of 46,000 fans. It incorporates some of the design elements from the original Yankee Stadium, like its friezes, but it's also hosted other events like college football, outdoor NHL games, and concerts. It's also got a $1.5 billion price tag. Makes it quite an expensive stadium to visit, too. Most hated? Yes, most hated too. Hey, Mongo, good to have you here, Mongo. Fantastic to have you on board, Mongo7. I really appreciate you coming here. Mongo, thank you for coming here today. So yeah, we're about to visit New York City. We're on the second to last leg of the trip. Currently in New York, we're gonna fly our way to, we're on our way to Boston. I mean, what an incredible stream. We're gonna fly our way into New York. So yeah, I've been streaming for nearly almost 6 hours. Thanks for having us. No worries. You're always welcome. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and fly over all the locations. I probably should have took something a little faster. I guess, oh well. So here it is. Now, over here, guys, if you look to your left, this is Newark International Airport here in Newark, New Jersey. It's actually one of the 3 airports that serve around the New York area. The other one being Kennedy, which is way to our right, but this area here is Kennedy. And then further downtown by Queens is LaGuardia. Pretty amazing. I mean, I can't believe there's still quite a lot of you guys still here today. I mean, I'm surprised, but I'm happy. I'm actually very happy. I'm having a great time today. So here it is, guys. We see New York City. So guys, we're gonna take pictures of the Statue of Liberty. We're gonna take pictures of Ellis Island and Statue of Liberty. Get one with the Empire State Building. We're gonna have lots of pictures for today. Crazy to think about. So we'll be approaching to 1,000 feet. We should be getting here. Here it is, guys. Welcome to New York City, the Big Apple. Look at that. This is awesome. Usually I don't stream for this long. The last time I streamed this long, this is already breaking my longest stream record. Hey, Dave Rendon, good to have you here. Dave, good to see you here, Dave Rendon. Currently flying over New York. We're heading away to Boston. So I hope you're doing great, Dave. Just a little lower. Yep, just gotta take a picture of the Statue of Liberty for my Discord. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then to our left is good old Ellis Island. So Ellis Island. Is this default? It is. It's all default scenery. I'm Certified Pilot. Thanks. Miss Conjo's got me 2 hours flight time. Yes! Awesome to hear. So, Dave Rendon, I had a great vacation. I'll talk more on Wednesday. But basically, I had a great cruise in the Caribbean. It was beautiful. Oh, but like I said, Mama, that's amazing. You got some actual real life flight time? So here it is, guys, the One World Trade Center. All 1,176 feet of the glory of America. Oh, you leave it on Disney Cruise next month. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I went on Carnival, actually. Great time on Carnival's cruise in the Caribbean. So, yeah. And here it is, downtown New York. Now, New York is going to be the same thing as if I ever did a city tour of this print all, it's going to be taking me another, it's going to take me like the Rome stream. Is because there's too many landmarks in New York. Too many of them. Like, I'm good with landmarks. Here's the Empire State Building. We see right here in front of us. Definitely have pictures of New York City. Now, I think a really good plan is that Wednesday I'll be doing a flight throughout the Caribbean. And I'll recreate my cruise. Recreate all the places we visited. So this here is the Empire State Building. When it was built back in 1931, when it was completed, it was the tallest building in the world, and it held its title from there to 1976. So, Empire State Building, a classic icon. I mean, now there's no way you'll be even allowed to do this in real life. Like, you're not allowed to do any of this in real life. So, in the sim, it's kind of a massive liberty, which you'll never be able to take in real life. Okay, gonna pull ahead and just go ahead and put the flaps. So here is the UN headquarters. There is the UN headquarters. Here's the UN headquarters. Five hours. It has been, yeah, 5 hours. Yeah, the reason 2 hours skyscraper is geology. Yep. So we're going to be flying over Times Square. Now, I know my city tours, I'll be flying this little ultralight, so it'll be much easier to get to the exact locations. And this here is Central Park. Isn't that amazing? Central Park. Yes, all this is an urban park. It's even got its own zoo and everything. Just incredible. Hey, Martel, you're back. Great to have you here. So we're about to visit Yankee Stadium. We should be around to hit Yankee Stadium, home of the New York Yankees baseball team. It's right here. But yeah, that is Yankee Stadium ahead of us. It's pretty insane. Now, if you guys like what you see in here and enjoy the content, I do have... Don't be afraid to smash that follow button. Help me get to 400 followers. So here it is. Glorious New York Yankee Stadium, one of the main cathedrals of America's old pastime, baseball. Go ahead and Are we in the North Manhattan? Yeah, we just crossed the Harlem River into the Bronx. So we're gonna climb to 5,000 feet and just for cruising. Now over linguistics. I read about the new Superstone Central Park. It looks cool, but not suitable when you're afraid of heights. George Washington Bridge on your distant left. No, that's the Henry Hudson Bridge on my left. Actually, no. Distant left? I believe that was the George Washington Bridge. Yeah, it was the George Washington Bridge to our distant left. I mean, what a pretty insane stream. 5 hours. Holy crap. Cruising 3,600 feet. Yeah, kind of a long haul today. It is. But I mean, I have nothing else to do. Here's the thing: I have nothing else to do all day, except I have nothing really else to do. I have nothing else to do, so I want to enjoy a nice flight across the United States. Yep, nice long haul today. So 4,000 feet, we would climb to 110 knots. So now we're going to get into Hartford. So our destination, it's about 80 nautical miles to go around that time. We're going to be getting into Hartford. We're going to be visiting the Pratt Whitney factory, making all sorts of engines, mainly for aviation stuff, and visit the city of Hartford. Very iconic city. One of America's oldest cities. Before making our way to Bradley. I mean, I can't believe I'm flying the Kip Fox for this long. Man, it's pretty crazy. Man, look at the sight here in the ocean. Look at this. This is cool. Allison Johnson would add you to the endurance pile list. Oh, man. I don't think I'm ever going to be as long as Allison, but I've done long streams, but not for this. That's for sure. Now we're entering, we're actually about to enter, if we cross the border from White Plains. We're about to enter the territory known as Connecticut pretty soon. So what is so special about this little tiny state known as Connecticut? Well, there's a couple of things about Connecticut I think people should know. It's among the highest income per capita of any of the U.S. states, the second highest of human development and median income in the U.S. Its capital is Hartford, with the most populous city being Bridgeport. Its name is named after the Connecticut River that bisects the entire state. And basically, the word Connecticut is derived from various angelic spellings of Quanticut, which is a Mohegan Pequot word for Long Tidal River. So, in terms of land area, it's actually the third smallest state by land area, behind the smallest being Rhode Island and the other one being Delaware. Mm-hmm. It is obviously known as the Constitution State, thanks to its involvement in the Connecticut Compromise. Hey, what's our final destination? Well, our final destination is actually in Boston. It's Logan International. Logan International is our final destination here. I wanted to have a nice long stream. So we see Stamford down below. It's Stamford, Connecticut. So yeah, we definitely see some of the hills here in Connecticut in the forest. Definitely nice. Thankfully, though, the next leg is going to be much shorter though. So it would only take about a couple of nautical miles. Just that would not take too long. But I wanted just to visit through most of the 13 colonies: Virginia, Maryland, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, and Massachusetts. So we're going to visit some of the 13 colonies today. So it's going to be a nice, relaxing stream. But man, I want to say a massive thank you for all you guys who stuck around today. You guys are the real MVPs. So, other things about Connecticut that I think more people should actually know more about. So you see, Connecticut, economically, its GDP in 2019 was 289 billion as well, which is pretty high for a state this size. Obviously, insurance companies and all that make a massive deal in Connecticut, as it's the largest industry by GDP. And there's also some state in historical figures. For example, here's some interesting facts. The state aircraft is the Vought F-40 Corsair, which was built here. The state hero is Nathan Hale, who was a patriot and spy. The state composer is Charles Ives, one of the first American composers of international renown. And some notable people from Connecticut, including George H.W. Bush and W. Bush, were born in Connecticut. Charles Dow, the founder of the Wall Street Journal and Dow Jones and Company, was from Connecticut. Seth MacFarlane is a very famous cartoonist, created Family Guy, American Dad, and more. J.P. Morgan was from Connecticut. Jackie Robinson. People forget Jackie Robinson was born in he lived in Connecticut for most of his life. Mark Twain resided here for 20 years in Hartford from 1871 to 1891. In fact, Connecticut is the state where he published the book The Adventures of Tom Sawyer and The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. And of course, one final Connecticut person from Connecticut, Igor Sikorsky, who flew the first practical helicopter. So yeah, that's quite a few really notable people from the state of Connecticut. I just had to bump up the sim rate a little bit. Just bump it up. Just bump it up a little bit. To our right is Bridgeport. This is the largest city in all of Connecticut. This. So we're now the place we're going to visit here in Connecticut, in Hartford. We're first going to visit the Pratt Whitney factory. So Pratt Whitney, for guys who don't know, well, they're the ones that make a lot of the airplane engines. They're very famous. As well. They were founded in 1920. Um, they're well known in 1925, 97 years ago. They're an aerospace manufacturer. They make a lot of aircraft engines used for both civil aviation and military aviation. As as one of the big three aero engine manufacturers, along with General Electric and Rolls-Royce. They also formed joint ventures with both companies. In addition to aircraft engines, they also manufacture a lot of gas turbines for industrial power generation and marine turbines. In 2017, Pratt & Whitney had 3,737 employees, support more than 11,000 customers in 180 countries. They make all sorts of different divisions, like rockets, military engines, and more. And they made all sorts of reciprocating engines. They made reciprocating engines, turbojets, turbofans, turboprops, and more. For example, for reciprocating engines, the most powerful one they've ever done was the R4360 Wasp Major engine. That thing produced 4,000 horsepower. And they've used it on some of the most powerful piston engine planes of all time. Like the C-97 Stratofreighter, the Flying Boxcar. And also the Spruce Goose actually had 8 of those engines. They also made a lot of turbojets. They also make lots of turbofan engines. Yeah, but they make all sorts of things. But Pratt & Whitney also made, in addition, they also made measurement systems with high-precision instrument systems. So they make all sorts of stuff as well. And then we gotta talk about Hartford. Hartford, Connecticut is the capital of Connecticut. It's one of the nation's oldest cities, founded in 1635. It's known as the insurance capital of the world due to all the insurance companies making themselves home here. Not limited to Aetna, Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare, Sun Life Financial, Travelers, United Healthcare, Prudential. It's also a technology hub currently with Infosys and more making their home here. It's also where quite a few notable people from Hartford. Sam Colt was home in Hartford. J.P. Morgan, Noah Webster, Mark Twain lived there. Harriet Stowe lived here. So it's a very safe city. Yep, it's very much so. If you guys don't mind, I'm gonna actually ditch the kit box for the last leg, or at least probably take a faster version. Let's through the rest. So we'll be approaching Hartford pretty quick. So we're going to go ahead and we're almost there. So, we're gonna go ahead and get ready to get down pretty soon. So yeah, we don't have very much to go after landing in Hartford. We only need You just need to go over a few more areas, Boston and all the rest. And Boston would be the last major city for the trip. So I can't believe it's going to be new. I could be live for 7 hours. Pretty me. That's a new record even for me. I don't think I'll ever stream for that long again, but hey, there have been weirder things. Oh my god, B-Mint? Oh no way, B-Mint! 79 viewers, B-Mint. Holy moly, B-Mint, I was not expecting this today. Welcome, B-Mint Raiders. Oh my goodness. Blackbeard, a project, Eagle Costella. Great to have you here, Costella. I hope you're doing great. A Prodigy, Blackbeard, first time chat, B-Mint. No, I'm not scared. I'm just happy to see all you guys here. I wasn't expecting it. S763, Mad Burt, Scorpion Park 510. Thank you for the falls, guys. You know, I've been going around this for almost 6 hours today. So by the way, we're actually going to head Hartford. So this was all part of a plan. It's actually followed. Swaddleless, Mad Burt. Swaddleless has just followed the channel. House 75 first time chat. Great to have you here. Holy moly, guys. So let's look at the flight plan for today. So today's flight plan, let me just say, it was a long flight. So we'd start off from Norfolk, visited the Yorktown battlefield, Williamsburg, Jamestown. We visited Fredericksburg. We visited Mount Vernon, which is the residence of George Washington, nation's capital, D.C., all of its landmarks, the U.S. Naval Academy, Annapolis, Maryland, Fort McHenry, the birthplace of the Star Spangled Banner, Gettysburg, Valley Forge, Philadelphia, and all of its landmarks, including Independence Hall, Washington Crossing, Trenton, New York City, Manhattan, and we're about to make the penultimate leg stop in Hartford. Then after we get done into Hartford into Bradley International, we're going to go for the final leg into Boston, Massachusetts. So literally, it's going to be insane. We're going to visit all the major colonial America landmarks and everything. I mean, it's going to be a great journey, guys. And I actually worked on this slideshow since last night. It took me all last night to work on it, but it is a 94 slide slideshow. You can find this on my Discord, believe it or not. But yeah, thank you guys so much for attending the raid. All these first-time chats, Mad Burt, Gamey Ed, House 75. It's great to have you guys here. So yeah, this has been going on for 6 hours. I mean, I was not expecting to be this long, but we're about to head Hartford. So earlier today, my MSFS is off in a 94 slideshow. No, but here's what I was talking about. Earlier today, this is my slideshow. Pop this up. Okay. I mean, earlier today I covered, for example, I covered the Siege of Yorktown. I covered the 13 colonies in the American Revolution. Battle of Gettysburg, all about the city's history. So we just covered so much information. But I wanted to make it a very special 4th of July for the United States of America. So I had to go big. Oh, you're in Costella. That's awesome. So yeah, I took the Kit Fox for all that journey. It's insane. Our waypoint is going to be the Pratt Whitney factory here in East Hartford. U.S. Air Force PC-21. Let's see if I can spot you. Eco Costella. There's Martel. I see Beam of Smurf. Mongo's in the P-28. I see Tankan in the EHC Twin Otter. I find you somewhere. Oh, you've been doing some stunts. Yeah, the PC-21's good for stunts. I will absolutely agree with you. So, B-Mint Raiders, I want to ask you something. I hope you had a great time with B-Mint. She's awesome. And let me go get a shout out for B-Mint. An amazing Twitch partner stream. Definitely one of the best women in the whole flight sim community. So, amazing person to be around. She always makes entertaining streams. Love her channel and content. So please, check out B-Mint. Awesome person. And thanks to you guys, I now cracked 390 followers, 10 away from 400. I mean, that's pretty awesome. But yeah, it's a long stream. I mean, I'm doing this for Firefly Air. For guys who don't know who Firefly Air is, it is the main virtual airline of the Two-Tone Murphy community, which I'm the resident researcher, which actually explains why I am so much into the research sort of stuff. So I do lots of this sort of stuff. Here it is. Absolutely incredible. So here it is. This is Hartford, at least the eastern side. This up here is West Hartford. Now, for some of you guys that don't know about Hartford, Connecticut, it's known as the insurance capital of the world due to all the insurance companies around, both then and historically. Mark Twain used to actually live here for 20 years here, and he published Adventures of Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn were published in Hartford. It's also home to the Pratt & Whitney company, which makes all sorts of aviation engines, along with stuff for helicopters and marine turbines. It's got a lot of stuff going for it. But definitely a very important thing. After we visit Hartford, we're going to be taking a stop here at Bradley International. Bradley International is the second largest airport in New England with over 6 million passengers as of 2019. Boston's the biggest of them all. Its four largest carriers are Southwest, Delta, JetBlue, and American Airlines. It's also used as a dual-use aviation facility for the U.S. Air Force. It was originally branded as the Gateway to New England and is home to the New England Air Museum here in Connecticut. So to our right is the Pratt & Whitney Aircraft Company. I know it's not really represented well in the sim. Oh, you're in the PC-21 update. Yeah. Oh. Also, in addition to this as well, not far from here, but East Hartford, right over here is, this is Richler Field at Pratt & Whitney Stadium, and that is actually home to the UConn Huskies, the University of Connecticut Huskies football program. So definitely, I'm proud to give you all this information. If you guys need any help or knowledge of information, I would be more than happy to answer any questions. And if you like what you see, don't be afraid to smash that follow button. Every bit of support would be greatly appreciated. So there's Bradley International Airport down over here. So there's Bradley Airport down here, a pretty major air hub here in Connecticut and New England. Oh, there you are. There you are, Eagle Costella. I see ya. Those stunts. So yeah, this was not my first time I get rated that much today. Fabio also rated the channel as well. Everyone should probably, I think he might still be in chat, but the Flying Fabio was also here earlier today. Actually, I had 3 raids today because Genuine Sim also just raided. Because Genuine Sim also raided the channel, so check him out. There is paparazzi in the Arrow. I probably could have taken the Arrow today, but I didn't know that would. But it wouldn't be nearly as appropriate to take as the Freedom Fox, just because it doesn't have the red, white, and blue. I want something to represent America. So once we land here, I'm gonna just take a quick land it quickly and quickly take back off, since there's so much area I need to talk about as well. So, definitely check them out. So now we're going to go ahead and make our landing here at runway 06. Because once we do that, we're going to go straight back out the way we came. But yeah, this is a new record. Over 6 hours. This is something new, but it's actually good I'm doing a long stream because it's giving me more experience for the longer stuff if I'm planning to ever do a long stream. But man, what a fantastic tour over the United States. Alright guys, let's see if I can make a good landing. Exclamation point predict. Trying for the landing. Negative 94. So this is Bradley Airport, guys. Pretty important air hub of New England. If you guys want to join me, I'm on the East USA server, and the route would be BDL. I mean, seriously, I mean, a massive thank you again to B-Mint. She's awesome. So here it is. Welcome to Bradley. Not a good landing. Okay, we're down. We're in Bradley International Airport. So I guess for the last leg, I could probably play some more modern music. Though I do like playing the classical music because, you know, it's nice. Let's place. So this is Bradley International Airport, located here in near Hartford, Connecticut. Originally known as the gateway to New England. It's still a very important airport in the region. So we got that completed. So from here, we're going to actually finally head our way into Boston. By the way, it's not end up named Brad Pitt. No. We got one final airport thing we're going to visit today, and that is going to be to Boston. So this one is going to be the final leg of the journey. If you guys want to join in, here's the ICAO code. So we're going to go ahead and take straight off. And we are off. Full flaps needed. I'm going to wait till everyone else gets back into the air. I mean, this one isn't known for speed, so obviously I can go a little slower if I want. So obviously, let's talk about what we're going to do in this leg of the flight plan. So our plan for this leg, and this is the final leg of the journey. So the final leg will take us from Bradley International. We're going to go cross through the Connecticut River, through Worcester, and we're actually going to explore Concord. Now, for guys who want to know why we're going to Concord, well, it's simple. If you know your American history, this is where the American Revolutionary War started, during the battles of Lexington and Concord. So we're going to visit the Concord Museum. Through here. Then we'll visit the Old North Bridge, right here. And then from Old North Bridge, we'll go past through Hanscom Field, visit the Minutemen Visitor Center, Lexington Common National Historic Site, and finally make our way to the city of Boston, including Harvard, Fenway Park, and the Boston Common, the Massachusetts State House, the Old State House, and where the Boston Massacre took place. Visit Northport Park, the Bunker Hill Memorial, the U.S. Constitution Museum, where the U.S.'s Constitution gets to meet, both Ironsides, the Old North Church and the Paul Revere House, talk about the Boston Tea Party, and land at Logan International. And I think we can call that a stream. And we call that a stream. I'm gonna be head back in a second. I gotta get something to drink. I mean, my voice, I've been talking for nearly that much time. I'll be back. And I'm back. Here it is. So guys, let's go over some of the slides for today. So we're going to be heading down to Concord, Massachusetts. So what's so special about Concord, you may ask? Well, you see, Concord is actually a town here in Middlesex County, Massachusetts. As of 2020, the population is around 18,491 people. The area that originally became Concord was known as Musket a Kid, an Algonquian word for a grassy plain. Now, modern Concord was established in 1635 by a group of English settlers. By 1775, it grew to 1,400 people. As decision between colonists and the British Crown intensified, 700 troops were sent to confiscate militia ordnance. In the ensuing conflict, the battles of Lexington and Concord were the incidents that triggered the American Revolutionary War. During the mid-19th century, Concord developed a rich literary community centered around Ralph Waldo Emerson, and they included guys like Nathaniel Hawthorne, Louisa Alcott, and Henry David Thoreau. And they include several major works, like Little Women by Alcott, Emerson's essay Self-Reliance, and David Thoreau and Henry Thoreau's Walden and Civil Disobedience. Those works are still felt even to this day. Also, in addition, the Concord Grape was developed here by Infern Wales Bull. In the 20th century, it became an affluent suburb of Boston and a big tourist destination, drawing people to the Old North Bridge, Orchard House, and Walden Pond. So yeah, it's got a lot of culture and history to it. Yeah, it's Concord, Massachusetts. Mm-hmm. Now let's talk about something else. So we're going to continue on and talk about the battles of Lexington and Concord. This was during the American Revolution. So these were the first military engagements of the entire American Revolutionary War, fought on April 19th, 1775 in Middlesex County, within the towns of Lexington, Concord, Lincoln, Minatomi, and Cambridge. So this battle was actually started in late 1774 when the colonial leaders adopted the Suffolk Resolves in resistance to alterations in the colonial government. And the Colonial Assembly established a Patriot Provisional Government and calling for local militias. The Brits were dispatched to detain him. About 700 regulars were given orders to destroy the colonial military supplies. However, Patriot leaders received word of it, including Paul Revere and Samuel Prescott. So, once they got around, the first shots were fired in the sun, as the sun was rising. As a result, in Concord, in Lexington, there was only one British casualty to 8 militiamen. Then the North Bridge, the Brits were basically defeated at Concord. And by the end of the battle, eventually the Americans have won, forcing the Brits to draw back a bit, even though they destroyed the cannon and supplies. And basically, this part was when Ralph Waldo Emerson described the first shot of the Patriots as the shot heard round the world, which is still used by many other things. So definitely a very important Revolutionary War battle. So yeah, this area around here definitely is known for its beauty here. So let's see who's flying with us. Switzerland's flying with us in the PC-21 Pilatus. Martel's with us in the Diamond DA-40. XBMF Smurfs in the Arrow. Yep. There's all you guys here. So yeah, a lot of people are here. And then, during that as well, there is one more thing I want to talk about as well in Concord. So there is something called the Old North Bridge. This bridge here is a historic site in Concord. About 400 militiamen engaged the British Army troops here in this location. And the events of the heat around the bridge led to Emerson, known as the Shot Around the World. Now, there are at least 8 iterations of the bridge constructed over 4 centuries. The current bridge was built in 1956 and it was restored in 2005. And the bridge and surrounding 114 acres of land make up for what's known as Minuteman Historical Park, and it's a very popular tourist destination. And basically, this historic park contains the North Bridge, the Battle Road, Barrett's Farm, and the Lexington Battle Green. So you get to see all the historic Revolutionary War sites. Pretty cool stuff. So that is the Old North Bridge. So there's Worcester. Worcester is going to come up next. So we're only 58 nautical miles from our final destination, from the end of our journey. Man, I can't believe we're going to be there for nearly 7 hours. That's a new record for me. Usually that's how long Allison Johnson has to fly. So yeah, I can now understand why Allison has to work so hard. Yeah. Yeah, the PC-21 is really powerful. It is. PC-21's basically a turboprop military trainer. I mean, Martel, the PC-21 is a turboprop advanced trainer. That thing's powerful. That thing's got a Pratt Whitney PT6 turboprop with 1,600 horsepower. Its max speed is 370 knots and has a range of 720 nautical miles. So I hope you guys, yeah, each version of the PC went through slightly. The speed breaks are now visible, but work. So here's Worcester. Over here, this was one of the largest cities here in Massachusetts. It means we're not really getting very far from Concord. Just only about, let's see, how many more nautical miles away. Okay, 30 nautical miles away. That's not bad. So, after this, once we get past Concord, I'll talk a bit about Boston, Massachusetts. So there's Worcester, Massachusetts. Down below us. Yeah, so basically Worcester, Massachusetts. So Worcester, I believe it is. This city here is actually the heart of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. It's the second most populous city in New England, actually, behind Boston. It's known as quite an industrial city in the 19th century, and currently is now known for its diversity and large immigrant population. It's one of the largest manufacturers in the region. It's also known for services as well, like healthcare and all that. So here's Worcester. Here it is. There it is. So, so we're about to approach pretty quickly. So I want to ask you guys, thank you for coming along. I mean, this is the longest stream I've ever done. Nearly 7 hours. I mean, I can't believe I'm getting a 7-hour stream done on a Monday. I mean, but yeah, the fact I managed to even get this done is a massive accomplishment. Oh man. And mind you, I'm gonna have to actually give me a bit of a break. So I've been thinking about Wednesday recreating my vacation plan. Thankfully, take something more appropriate for that. And then Sunday would be the Japanese adventure. We'll be flying to Tokyo. So yeah, we get to fly in downtown Tokyo, in Japan, which will be absolutely fantastic as well. I mean, I can't wait to do that. That would be so much fun. So we're going to go ahead and drop down to 1,500 feet. How's your cruise? Oh, the cruise went fantastic, Martel. I had an amazing cruise. I would talk more about it Wednesday, but I had a lot of fun on the cruise. I got to do some many new things that I never really got to do before. So many fantastic new stuff to do. But yeah, so much fun. I enjoyed my cruise. Also, I hope I try to do my best to be entertaining. I know this has been a long stream. Ah, great. Yep. So, we're about 10 nautical miles away from the for this, so we're gonna be heading to visit Concord, a really nice historical area. Now I'm going to talk a bit about Boston for a bit. So Boston, Massachusetts, the capital, most prosperous city in all of Massachusetts, the 24th most populous city in the U.S., and the most populous in New England, with a population of 675,647 people. It is the economic and cultural anchor of the greater Boston area, around 4.8 million people. It is one of the oldest municipalities in the U.S., formed in 1630 by Puritan settlers. It was the scene of several key events in the American Revolution, such as the Boston Massacre, Boston Tea Party, the Battle of Bunker Hill, and the Siege of Boston. Upon independence from Great Britain, the city continued to be an important port and manufacturing hub, as well as a center for education and culture. It features America's first public park, first public state school, the first subway system, and large public library. Today, it's now a thriving center of scientific research, thanks to Harvard and MIT. It's also finance, biotechnology, and more. Boston's also world famous for a lot of other things. It's sports teams like the Celtics, Red Sox, Bruins, as well. It's also known for its rich culture with clam chowder, literacy like Walter Emerson, Thoreau, and more have been part of Boston. So Boston basically is very rich in culture, and traditions, and history. It's what makes Boston truly a really recognizable American. Alright, I'll switch back. Alright, let's switch something for classical then. So now we're going to be headed. Now we're headed to Concord. So we can definitely see right here. There is Hanscom Field. There's the Hanscom Air Force Base. So we actually don't have much further to go. And the rest of the 25 nautical miles should be pretty quick. I think we can get it done hopefully by the end of the hour. So here it is, guys. Welcome to Concord. So this is the city of Concord. So here it is, the small town of Concord. We're finally getting into a new place. Let's see if we can find the Old North Bridge from here. I know it's probably a really small little bridge, but maybe we can find it. Oh, oh. Oh. Ah, okay. There we go. Old North Bridge. We found it. Yeah, it's right there. There's the Old North Bridge down below us. Very famous little bridge. In terms of American history, at least. Hey, see you later, Eagle Costello. Thanks for coming along and flying along today. Thank you so much, Costello. Hope to see you again soon. So we're going to go ahead and turn this way. So this here is going to be Minuteman Historic Park, and this here is Hanscom Field. Didn't have anything down for it. But Hanscom Air Force Base is currently has been around since the 1940s. It's been the home of the 66th Air Base Group of the Air Force Material Command. As well. Yeah, happy 4th of July. Happy 4th to you, too. Yeah, this is Hampton Field, right here. So, guys, let's go over. Let's see if we can get through these slides quickly. So, first one is Harvard. It's an Ivy League research university in Cambridge, founded in 1636. It is the oldest institution of higher learning in the United States, and it's also one of the most prestigious in the world, of course. The university is composed of 10 academic facilities, plus the Radcliffe Institute. They offer a wide range of studies from arts and sciences to law, medical field, and more. In fact, the Harvard Library is the world's largest academic library. It consists of 97 individual libraries with about 20.4 million items. Harvard alumni faculty and researchers included multiple Nobel laureates, field medalists, U.S. congressmen, MacArthur Fellows, Rhodes Scholars, Marshall Scholars, and Fulbright Scholars. Some of them are some of the highest institutions in the world. They also include 8 U.S. presidents and 188 living billionaires, the most of any university. In fact, Harvard had multiple presidents, including John Quincy Adams, Theodore Roosevelt, FDR, and John F. Kennedy all graduated from Harvard. So lots of people graduated from Harvard, which is pretty crazy at least. They also are known for athletics. Harvard Stadium is one of them. They're known as the Crimson. So that is Harvard. Pretty crazy, pretty cool university. Then afterwards, we're going to be visiting Fenway Park, the classic ballpark of the Boston Red Sox. That stadium's been the home of the Red Sox since 1912. It's the oldest professional baseball stadium still here in Major League Baseball. It's also hosted NFL games. It's hosted soccer. It's hosted soccer games. It's hosted concerts. It even hosted an ice hockey game. So Fenway Park is a classic Major League ballpark. The old State House is built in 1713, one of the oldest structures still here in the U.S., and it's one of the landmarks of the Freedom Trail. Meaning, this is where Paul Revere rode through his journey, by the way. This was also the site of the infamous Boston Massacre, one of the worst things that happened. And it happened on March 5th, 1770. The Boston, in which a group of 9 British soldiers shot 5 people out of a crowd of 300 to 400. And this was caused by immense tensions from soldiers and citizens. And eventually, the depictions, reports, and propaganda about the massacre heightened tensions around the 13 colonies. And it was still a major incident to this day. And it was considered to be one of the most significant events that turned colonial sentiment against King George. So, we will be checking that out. Then the Bunker Hill Monument was here, erected at the site of the Battle of Bunker Hill, which was among the first major battles between the Redcoats, which is the British, and the Patriots in the Revolutionary War. The obelisk is 221 feet tall, made of granite, and was erected between 1825 and 1843 in Charleston. And across the street is a museum that features exhibits about the battle. And then we have the Battle of Bunker Hill. The Battle of Bunker Hill was fought on Saturday, June 17th, 1775, during the Siege of Boston. It was the original objective for both troops, though the majority took place at Breed's Hill. And it was a victory for the British, but it's Pyrrhic, as they lost over 1,000 people, and it was a very traumatizing experience. And that led to the British being much more cautious in planning, which actually ended up helping the Patriots more so than it helped the British. Then we gotta talk about good old U.S. Constitution. Old Ironsides is what they call her. She made her main voyage on July 22, 1798, and she fought in the War of 1812, when she defeated 5 of the smaller British warships. During that, giving her the old Ironside nickname. She was even used as a trained ship during the American Civil War. She was retired in 1881 and became a museum ship in 1907. In 1934, she completed a 3-year 9-port tour of the nation, and she even sailed under her own power in her 200th birthday in 1997. The stated mission of the Constitution is to promote understanding of the Navy's role in war and peace. And she's actually a fully commissioned Navy ship with her own personnel and all that. So, she had an armament. She had 30 24-pound guns, 20 32-pounders, and 2 24-pound bow chaser weapons. Very, very nice ship. Very historic place. The Old North Church is where one if by land, two by sea signal has been sent, and it was related to be the Paul Revere Midnight Riot. This old church was built in 1723 and is the oldest standing church building in Boston. Inside is a bust of George Washington. Said it was the closest thing to George Washington he's ever seen. There's the Paul Revere House, which was built in 1680. It was the colonial home of Paul Revere. It's currently now a museum, and even though there's a lot of substantial renovation process, 90% of the structure is original to the 1680 place. And finally, the Boston Tea Party was they protested the Tea Act. So what they did was they dressed up as Native Americans, and the Patriots threw a chest of tea down to the Boston Harbor. Talk about that for crazy protest. But yeah, it was a crazy event. It signified the growth of the American Revolution, and eventually all that kind of boiled over together. So yeah, that leads us to the American Revolution. So yep, that's all right. I see Harvard down there. So there's Harvard. Found it. So it's time for me to I'm going to turn off the autopilot. Flight director off, and I think I can fly the rest of the way myself. So there's MIT down below. So I hope you guys enjoyed the history lesson I gave all of you. Enjoy it. If you like what you see, and if you haven't followed, don't be afraid to smash the follow button. So here is Fenway Park, one of the most famous baseball parks in the entire country. There's Fenway. Okay. 7 hours. Oh my god. 7 hours. This is clearly a new record for me. So we're getting down to Boston. This is downtown. We're gonna land in Logan at runway 15 right. We're gonna land there. Man, what a crazy stream. Seven hours. That's nuts. So we're getting over to downtown. So here's downtown Boston. Some of the historic buildings. So down below is like the old state building and all that. All that's down below. Hard to see down below. There's TD Garden, home of the Celtics and the Bruins. Play basketball here. And guys, I think we found ourselves, yep, old Ironsides down all the way down below. Yep, there's old Ironsides. Unfortunately, she's got too many trees, which in real life would probably sink the ship. And finally, there's Boston Harbor. So we're gonna finally make our final landing approach here. So, yep. And we're going to make our landing here at 15 right. So now let's talk about Boston International. It is the main international airport in New England. It's the busiest in the region. It's home to destinations all around the world: Africa, Asia, Europe, North Atlantic, basically anywhere you can think of. 6 major runways as well. Logan is just it's to New England what KGFK is for New York. It has so many international destinations. And it's great for a lot of transatlantic routes. So we're gonna go ahead and make our final landing here at Boston. Wow, 7 hours. That is insane. I can't believe I streamed for 7 hours. Maybe the ship's pole was not dead and started to grow again. Ah, best landing yet. Need to be here. Well, that's it, guys. Holy crap. I know I should be parking the taxi on the runway. I don't care. Look at all these people here in Boston. I mean, this... Welcome to Logan International in Boston. What a wonderful way to end the journey today. So we finally made it to Boston, Massachusetts. So man, what a journey today. 7 hours. Nearly 7 hours trip. I mean, we started back in Norfolk. And we flew from Norfolk to DC, to Philadelphia, to Trenton, to Bradley International, Hartford, and now we made our way to Boston. What an insane journey. I can't believe it took me 7 hours. This took longer than I was expecting it, but I am more than happy to finally get into this journey. I want to say a massive thank you for everyone here. Seriously, I want to thank the massive raids of Flying Fabio and Beamit, along with Genuine Sim, for the raids. You guys have been amazing today. Seriously, I want to say a massive thank you for all the new follows and everyone here to come by my stream. It made me really happy today. And all the support. You guys have been awesome. So guys, for the next couple days, on Wednesday will be another Firefly operation. This time we'll start from Cozumel and we'll make our way to Roatan to catch up with my crews. And on Sunday, there will be no city tour. Instead, Sunday would be the week 3 of the Japanese adventure. We'll be visiting Tokyo and learn all about the city's proud history, culture, and more. Also, Mount Fuji too. Mount Fuji. So we're gonna go ahead and raid my good friend Two-Tone Murphy. The dude's an absolute legend. We're gonna raid Murph. I hope you all stay for the raid. I mean, every bit of you is going to be important. I want to say a colossal thank you to everyone. Seriously, you guys have all been the MVPs. So, Viper Strikes 95 will be heading out. Take care, everyone. Have a great rest of the day. And happy 4th of July, everyone.